Hello and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. A very warm good evening to everyone. I hope all of you are doing good. I welcome you back to today's class of governance. This is class number 3 of governance. I hope all of you are doing good. We'll wait for a couple of minutes. Let others also join in the class and then we will begin. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, good evening. Hello, good evening, good evening. Welcome. I'm good, Nikhil. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Yes, Rahul, I support your cause. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Perfect. So, once again, I welcome you all. I hope all of you are doing good. I hope all of you have been attending the governance classes. Just in case you have not been able to see any of the classes earlier, or in case maybe you saw the class but there was some part that you could not see, maybe the network broke down or you just slept off, whatever happened, please make sure that you do see the recorded version. That is why the recordings are being given to you to make sure that you can revise properly. So don't forget to see the recorded versions just in case you have any problem in going ahead and continuing with the class. So just like yesterday, we will be doing a very quick revision of what we studied yesterday, and then we will go ahead today. Okay. Yesterday, we had started our discussion with the transparency. There were two topics that were discussed yesterday: Citizens Charter and the CAG. These are the two things that we had discussed yesterday. We started our discussion with Citizens Charter. As I said, Citizen Starter is nothing but a set of promises, set of declaration made by a government department, often to the citizens, to the people who would take their services. It contains a list of the services being offered, the time period within which the service will be offered, and very often it also includes where you can go and complain if you have a grievance, if you have a complaint that your services that you wanted have not been given to you. The idea is simple. It wants to empower the citizens and improve the service delivery. I showed you a couple of examples of Citizen Charter. This was one, and the second one we showed later on. We studied how Citizen Charter in India began in 1997, and the responsibility of Citizen Charter is with a department of the government called the DARPG, that stands for Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. One other thing that we discussed about Citizen Charter is that Citizen Charter do not have any legal backing. There is no law introduced for Citizen Charter, so you cannot go and file a complaint in case you have not gotten the service that was promised to you. Then we did discuss about how the Citizen Charter started around the world. The origin of Citizen Charter goes to UK in 1991, where they started as a program to improve the people's trust within the government. Then we discuss about how India Citizen Charters usually are. Usually in India Citizen Charter, you will see these things: vision and the mission written, business, what business are transacted by the government, by the organization, who are the clients who can take the services, what services are offered, within which time period the service will be given, complaints, where you can file the complaints, expectations from the clients. All of these are a part of India's Citizen Charter. Then we had discussed, I'll give you one more example of India Citizen Charter, that is Citizen Charter of Department of Higher Education. This is what it was, that you can see here. Then we did discuss about certain problems with India Citizen Charter. First one being the bureaucratic mindset, in the sense that bureaucracy, a lot of people working for the government are themselves not interested in implementing the Citizen Charter most probably. There is limited consultation in the sense that not a lot of people are consulted before making the Citizens Charter. No penal provisions, no penalty for not abiding by the Citizens Charter, and lack of awareness. Most people in India do not have any idea what the Citizens Charter is. Lack of incentives. Government servants, even those who implement Citizens Charter, are not given enough incentives. Many departments delay this exercise. They either don't have a Citizens Charter or they delay it considerably. And then no Citizens Charter usually has special provisions for senior citizens, disabled, and other category of citizens who would like their help. Then we discuss about the review and updation of Citizens Charter that has been extremely poor, inadequate powers to take action against those who are not following the Citizens Charter, and a lot of technical jargons, technical phrases, complex phrases being used in the Citizens Charter so that the common people do not know what Citizens Charter is. Then we discuss about how Indian government itself in 2002-3 had conducted a study of the Citizens Charter, how the Indian government asked an agency to come up with certain findings, give a report on Citizens Charter, and these were the five major findings. Number one, charters are not formulated through a consultative process. Service providers, the government department themselves don't know what is the charter. They themselves don't know what to do to implement these. No publicity has been given and no extra funds have been given for the publicity as well. Then we did discuss about certain recommendations given by the second ARC, how the second ARC recommends certain things so that it would be easier for us to implement Citizen Charter. First, second ARC suggested one size doesn't fit all, meaning having different Citizen Charters for offices at different places. We cannot have one single Citizen Charter for all the offices. Consult a lot of other people, have wide consultation. Sorry. And also commit only what you can deliver. If you can commit a service in 5 days, don't commit it if you cannot deliver. Only deliver what you are able to commit. Then they also suggested making changes in the internal structure, internal processes, to make it easier for the people to follow Citizen Charter, to make it easier for the government offices to provide the services, give a proper method for raising complaint, appropriate grievance redressal. Also, provide periodic review so that the Citizen Charters can be changed, evaluation should be done, and we also discuss how officers should be held accountable for the results if the officers are not doing their job properly. Other suggestions included, I'm sorry, other suggestions included hand-holding exercise for the first starters, means giving the help of experts when the department makes first Citizen Charter. Then another suggestion is to raise more awareness and to bring a change in the attitude of the people working in the government. Then we had discussed about other suggestions such as incentivization. Incentivize those government departments, those government officers who are doing a good job. Replicate the best practice. Allow the department that is doing a good job to share their practices with others as well. Have charters in a very simplified language. Charters should not be very detailed. Then this was a question that we had discussed, a couple of practice questions. Sevottam model we had discussed, how it means excellence in service delivery, Seva plus Uttam. These are the three components of the Sevottam model, having a Citizen Charter, providing grievance redressal, and improving service delivery capability. Then we started our discussion with the CAG. I told you how the CAG of India is an office taken from Britain, but there are two big differences in British CAG and the Indian CAG. We discussed how in Britain, CAG also has a power of a comptroller. The British CAG is also a comptroller, while Indian CAG is not a comptroller. Comptroller means someone who can control the government finances, who can control the government spending. In India, CAG cannot stop the government from spending any money. In Britain, it can. We discuss about other differences, such as in Britain, the CAG is considered as a member of the parliament, as a member of the cabinet itself. So CAG is like a minister only in Britain. In India, it is an independent constitutional authority. We discussed how apart from the CAG, there are other ways in which accountability is ensured from the side of the government. We have Lokpal, Lokayukt, Whistleblower Protection Act. All of this we will study later on. The people can also have the government accountable through elections, through not choosing them. Then we discuss about how the independence of CAG is maintained. First, by having a difficult removal process, which is the same as a Supreme Court judge, not reducing his salary during the tenure. CAG is also not eligible for further reappointment after tenure is over. The salary of the CAG is a charged expenditure. Charged expenditure means not voted by the parliament. And the conditions of service for IAAS officers, Indian Audit and Account Service officers, are prescribed by the president only after consulting the CAG. Also, we discussed that tenure is 6 years, retirement age is 65. Salary at the CAG gets is the same as the Supreme Court judge. Other conditions of service of the CAG are written in the CAG Act of 1971. Then we discuss about the different functions of the CAG, auditing reports for all the expenditures done by the government of India, government of different states. All the accounts of the government are audited by the CAG. CAG also audits all the stocks, stores, etc. They also audit trading, manufacturing, profit loss statement that are done by any department of the government, not just those at the center, but also at the state. But apart from that, we also discuss how the functions actually include auditing those organizations that are funded, substantially funded by the government. Any government organization whose audit is requested by president or governor, they can also be audited. They also audit PSUs, and they advise in what format should the union and the state keep their accounts. Please do understand this statement as we discussed yesterday. I will repeat this once again. CAG himself does not maintain the records of the government. So if you see a statement which says CAG maintains the record of union and the state governments, that statement is wrong. The CAG does not maintain the records of union or the state government himself. The CAG tells how to maintain the record. They tell the format in which the record has to be kept. CAG themselves don't maintain the records. Please do understand the difference. Then we did discuss how CAG has to give the certificate, which is called a net proceed certificate. So if the government says we earned X amount of money last year, it has to be certified by the CAG. Other functions include acting as a guide, philosopher, friend of the Public Account Committee, the same committee that actually looks into and discusses the reports of the CAG. CAG usually has three types of reports. One on public undertakings, means one on government companies, their profit and loss, etc. One on appropriation account, that is government expenditure, how much government has spent, and one on finance account, that is government revenue, or in other words, government earning. Then we did discuss about how the CAG submits the report. CAG submits the report both to the president and to the governor depending upon what the report is. If the report is about central government, regarding something central government, then the report is given to president. President gives it to the parliament. Similarly, if the report is about state government or state government companies, report is given to governor, and governor then gives it to the state legislature. Then we discuss about the relationship between the CAG and the Public Account Committee, which has 22 members. It's a committee that has existed since 1919. It is a committee that has a responsibility of looking into the reports of the CAG. CAG also suggests certain actions to the government, and the Public Account Committee also sees whether CAG's recommendations are accepted or not. Then there are certain reforms suggested by ex-CAG, Mr. Vinod Rai. He suggested, for example, that public-private partnerships should also come under CAG audit, which they do not right now. Panchayat Raj institutions should also come under CAG audit, which they don't right now. Government-funded societies should also be under CAG, but they don't audit them right now. He also suggested giving more powers to the CAG by amending the CAG Act of 1971, and he suggested having a committee to appoint the CAG rather than having the government alone recommending a name. These were the changes that he had suggested. Then we discussed about the previous year questions, a couple of them, issues of appointment. Then I told you how there has always been controversy about the CAG appointment. I gave you an example of 2013, how there were many people who filed a PIL that this person should not be appointed as a CAG. Then we also took an example of later on in 2017 when Rajiv Mehrishi was appointed as a CAG, the ex-Home Secretary. That also led to a lot of controversy. So CAG appointment has always been controversial. It has all led to delay in the number of reports. Present CAG is Mr. G.C. Murmu, again someone who has been close to the government. Then we discussed about how at the time of Mr. Vinod Rai, who was a CAG, prestige of the office of the CAG reduced. I told you about this incident of him making false claims about some 2G spectrum report, then he had to apologize. That we discussed yesterday. Also, the number of CAG reports are coming down year after year. This was the practice question that I gave you for homework. Yeah, this is where we had left. Okay, this is where we had left. This was a practice question I gave you, and this is from where we'll continue. If you have any questions regarding yesterday, now is the time. Please ask your questions quickly, and then we'll go ahead. Satyam is saying, is citizen charter only for citizens or foreigners as well? So Satyam, citizen charter is not to be divided between citizens and non-citizens. Citizen charter just talks about what are the services given by this department to the people who ask for services. Like post office doesn't really work only for Indians. If there's a foreigner in India who wants to use the post office services, they can, obviously. So it depends on which department you're talking about. Some department might not serve the foreigners, so their citizen charter might not be for foreigners, but there's no rule as such that the citizen charter will only be for Indians, not non-Indians, something like that. That doesn't exist. Anything else, guys? Thank you, Gurcharan. Okay, Ashu Sen. Okay, Ashu Sen is saying Parliament how vote on audit report. Parliaments don't really vote on the audit report; they just discuss the audit report. They just discuss the audit report. Now you're asking what is the use of that? See, the use is simple. Let's assume that the audit report of the CAG says that something wrong happened in the government accounts. The report says that there was something missing. So the opposition has this opportunity to discuss this so that it is covered by media, so that people come to know about it, so that they can use it later on in the election. That is the use of it. Jaswant is saying, what is our qualification required to become the CAG? Jaswant, unfortunately, there is no qualification required. That is also a big problem. There is no qualification that is mentioned. I won't say qualification required, but I will say there's no qualification mentioned. That is also part of the problem. So tomorrow, if you become the CAG, do let me know. Then Niranjan is saying, yes, Niranjan, I have a pretty busy day today. Then I have Sahil asking me, is CAG violating the federal structure? Uh, I won't say. See, just because there is one single institution for both center and the state doesn't mean that it violates the basic structure or federal structure. As long as the officer or the office is working independently, it's not a violation of the basic structure or violation of the federal structure. Sorry. Harshita, PIL is something that you should ask your polity teacher, but you are lucky because I'm also a polity teacher. So I'll tell you what is a PIL. So PIL is public, sorry, bad joke. PIL is public interest litigation. So basically, I'll tell you what PIL is. Usually, what happens when you go and file a case in the court. Now, listen to this very carefully. Usually, when you go and file a case in the court, there is a concept called locus standi. There's a concept called locus standi. So locus standi basically means that you can only file a case if you are related to the case. Let's say something wrong happened against you. Something wrong happened against your family member. Something wrong happened against the friend that you know. Then you can file the case. But let's say you're going on the road and you see one person hitting the other person. You don't know any of the two. Then you cannot file the case. This is called locus standi. This was a concept followed usually. Indians, anyways, like seeing what is happening on the road. So if something happened on the road, you cannot file a case. But PIL is opposite to that. PIL is public interest litigation. PIL means now court allows you to file a litigation, file a case even in the interest of the public. You are not connected to it, but you can still file the case. It's called public interest litigation, the interest of the public. I'll give you an example. Let's say you get to know that people who are working in a factory are treated very badly. Okay, let's take this assumption that people who are working in a factory are being treated very badly. They don't have even minimum wages paid. Now, you are not working in the factory. You don't know anyone who is working in the factory, but still you can file the PIL, that you are doing it in the interest of the public. That is called PIL. Okay. Then, okay, a lot of questions. I'll take few questions and then we'll go ahead quickly. Aryan is saying, can IAS also resign after 3 years of service? Aryan, IAS also can resign after 3 days of service also, after 3 hours of service also. Who can stop you from resigning? Then, Rukmani saying, can minister become a CAG? No, Rukmani. That will be an office of profit, so you will be disqualified. Anu is saying, why no qualifications required for CAG? So, Anu, this is called, there's a phrase in English. I'll tell you this phrase. There's a phrase in English which says omission by design. There's a phrase in English called this is an example of omission by design. Now, what exactly is omission by design? So basically, the idea of omission by design is, if government has not made a rule for something, it's not their mistake. They are doing it on purpose. This is called omitting something by design. So not writing qualifications for the CAG is not a mistake that the government committed. It's a plan that we will not write qualifications so that we can appoint anyone that we want, so that we are not limited to it. That is how it works. Okay, perfect. So let's now go ahead and start the chapter for today. A lot of questions are coming in. Let's start what we have to discuss today, and you can keep on bringing your question. The SMA will answer those. Okay. So this was a question that I gave you for homework, which I'm very sure most of you did not do. But if in case some of you did it, I hope that you did not really find it very difficult. The question is pretty simple. The question is, the CAG has a very vital role to play. See, I now understand this very, very seriously. In most of the questions, you will see this in the MTS also, the mains test is going on. You will see a lot of questions like these where there will be a quote given, one quote full stop, and then it will be like explain or discuss or whatever. In most of these questions, even if you start reading the question from here, it doesn't really make any difference. In most of the things, as I said, if you start reading even from here, it doesn't make a lot of difference. You can ignore the code, even that is fine. What is a code? The CAG has a vital role to play. Obviously, they have a vital role to play. What is new in that? We also know this. So you can ignore the code if you want. Start reading the question from here. No issues with that. Question is, explain how this is reflected in the method and terms of his appointment, as well as the range of powers that he can exercise. So basically, what do you have to do? You have to write two things. You have to write about the appointment of the CAG, and you have to write about the powers of the CAG or functions of the CAG, basically. The introduction part again will be kind of a fact or kind of a, let's say, a definition about the CAG. You can write a fact. CAG is a constitutional authority that is based on the British model and is responsible for maintaining accountability of the government of India, thus playing a very vital role in the country. Something like that can be introduction. Now, what would you write in the appointment part? You have to write how the CAG, being one of the most important constitutional bodies in India, ideally should be appointed by an independent commission. However, the parties in power also realize its importance, and that is why we do not see any committee or commission or collegium being made to appoint the CAG. This has been criticized by multiple commissions, including the second ARC, but the appointment process of the CAG still remains the same. That is, the CAG is appointed by the President of India on the advice of the Council of Ministers, although this should change. Then you will write about the powers and the functions. You will write about the auditing functions. You will write about how multiple reports of the CAG have resulted in many scams coming out in the open. You will write about how the CAG reports are discussed by the Public Account Committee, how the CAG acts as a friend, fellow, also a guide of the Public Account Committee, All these are things that you will write in the powers. What about the concluding argument? The concluding argument would be simple, that CAG being, or CAG that is described as the most important constitutional body by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, should be allowed to work as an independent agency to ensure that India's democracy thrives in the future. Something like that can be a way forward. Just one or two lines. See, when you only have 150 words to write, intro and conclusion should not be very long. One line each should be good enough. If you write 2 lines each in intro conclusion, you are eating 50 words out of 115 intro conclusion only. So what are you leaving for the main body? Make sure at least 80% of the words are occupied by the main body. So for example, and if you are weak in CSAT, 80% of this is 120. Although it should not be that weak in CSAT, but just in case. So 80% words at least have to be occupied by the main body. Please make sure. That is an ideal distribution. 10% words by intro, 10% words by conclusion, and then you can write the remaining in the main body. So Bhumika is saying, can I write about the salary and appointment removal? Bhumika, see, this question is not really about how is independence ensured. So if the question is not about how do we ensure the independence, you do not have to write about salary, appointment, etc. That should have been the answer if you have to write about how the independence is ensured. Right now, the question is only about the appointment and the power. So focus only on that. Abhishek, yes, you can use the words of B.R. Ambedkar in intro, conclusion, wherever you want. Anu is saying what conclusion can we give? Anu, as I said, the conclusion has to be that the government should ensure that CAG works independently by changing the appointment process so that the CAG continues to play a vital role in India's thriving democracy. Simple. That is what you have to do. Gocharan, as I said, functions have to be about the auditing that it does, the reports that it publishes, how it plays as a guide to the Public Account Committee. All these are function and powers that you have to write. So all this would be the answer. Okay. Now let's come to where we had left yesterday. Now, if you actually come here, this is where we had left this. The CAG audits the government accounts, that is fine. But there are different types of audits that the CAG conducts. Please understand this. There are different types of audits that the CAG conducts. Please listen to these one by one. Out of all these audits, the most important is the last one that we will discuss. But the CAG usually conducts all these audits. The first type of audit that the CAG conducts is called compliance audit. What do you mean by compliance audit? The idea is simple. If the government of India withdrew 500 crore rupees to build a building, okay? Let's assume they took 500 crore rupees to build a building. The CAG will check whether the 500 crore was really spent on building only or on something else. So government, in short, did the government comply to the promise or they spend the money somewhere else? This is the first thing that is checked. This is called compliance audit. Did you comply to the purpose of the money? Is the money spent for the same purpose or not? This is the first type of audit, simple, easy compliance audit. Second one is called financial audit. What do you mean by a financial audit? Financial audit is an audit of the books. Audit of the books, audit of the accounts, how the books, how the accounts are kept. In this audit, CAG will check the books, the accounts, how they are maintained. Are they being maintained in the correct manner or not? Are they not being maintained in the correct manner? Is there something that is wrong in the maintenance of the accounts? That is what they will check. So compliance audit was the first one to check whether the money was spent for the right reason. Second, financial audit, just to check whether financial accounts, financial audit is being done properly. Are correct records being kept in the book or not? Third is the performance audit. Performance audit means, let's assume the government spent 500 crore rupees to build a building. Okay. Now let's assume the CAG asked the government, show me the building, because I want to see whether you actually build the building or not. So government takes the CAG to a village and shows a 2 BHK house and says, see, amazing house, right? Only 500 crore rupees. This is what we have built. Because Swades, we want to come back to the village and we have to do this. This is obviously something that the CAG will not like. This is what CAG will report in performance audit, meaning that CAG will check whether financial targets are related to physical targets. If you spend this much money, did you really achieve something which was worth 500 crores or not? If you spend this much money and you got this much in return, that means there is something wrong. This is called a performance audit. If the financial targets are matching the physical targets that you actually made. Then comes the efficiency audit. Efficiency audit means whether the government was efficient in using the money. Let's take a simple example. Let's say you go and buy an AC from the market. You go to Amazon, use all your discount codes, cashback, credit card cashback, big billion day sale, everything you did. And after that, this AC that you wanted costed you 35,000 rupees. Okay? You bought one AC, you use all the cards or everything that you had, you borrowed card from your friend, 10% cashback on credit card, everything you did, and you got 35,000 rupees for the AC. At the same time, the government wants to buy some AC. Government wants to buy 500 ACs. They buy the same AC as you, but they are buying it at the MRP, not using any discount code because, oh, poor people do this. We don't do this. We will give you extra. So government buys 500 AC at 50,000 rupees per AC. Because the government says, oh, we are the government, we'll buy it at MRP, no issues. This is right or wrong? Are you supposed to buy 500 AC at the same or higher cost as compared to what you bought one AC for? Obviously not. You're obviously not supposed to buy 500 AC at this price. So government was not efficient enough. Government did not show efficiency. Government did not utilize the money. Just give me a moment, guys. Just a second. Yep. Sorry for that 1 second glitch. Yeah. Sorry for that. Yeah. So as I said, you buying that AC or for 35,000, government buying that for 50,000, obviously there's a problem with that. This is where the problem starts. This will be highlighted by the CAG in the efficiency audit, that the government is not efficient enough. Now, please understand this. The problem of how politicians run any country is that in politics, there is no personal liability. In politics, there is no personal liability. Now, let me explain to you what do I mean by that. Let's take an example. Let's assume for a moment that you become the Prime Minister of India. Okay? Let's for a moment assume that you become the Prime Minister of India. So what do? You want a loan from the World Bank because you want to develop the country. Because you want development at any cost. So you go to the World Bank. And you tell the World Bank, sir, I want loan for my country. My people are very poor. Please give me the loan. World Bank says, okay, I'll give you a loan of 10,000 crore rupees. Okay? 10,000 crore dollars, sorry. So they give this loan. You get this money. What do? You say, oh, development will happen later. Let me first buy the IPL team. I really wanted to have an IPL team. Then what do? Then you buy a private jet. Then what do? Let me buy a private island also. This is what you do. Now, what happens? People are seeing what you are doing. People will not vote for you the next time. Hoping, I don't know what people of India do, but let's assume people will not vote for you the next time. So after 5 years, this person will not be the PM anymore. Okay? Now, do you think the World Bank will go to the house of this person to ask the loan back? No. Where will the World Bank go? They will go to the new Prime Minister, give us the loan back. Why? Because we gave the loan to Government of India, not to the person personally. To the person personally, they did not give the loan. They gave the loan to the Government of India. So the loan has to be given back by the government, not by the person who was in power earlier. See, such an amazing job, right? You can take all the money, all the loans, start spending the money, and then when it comes back, you say, oh, I am not at that post. Go and ask someone else, who are you? I can't give you the loan back. That is how politics works. This is, in simple terms, an example of what Imran Khan did in Pakistan. Almost exactly the same thing he did in Pakistan. What did he do? Let me tell you by an example. So basically, when Imran Khan came to power, he thought that, let me do something. Let me take a loan from IMF. So he took a loan from the IMF. The loan was supposed to be for Pakistan's troubles, but what did he do? He announced to the people that, do you know, I love you so much, I will give you petrol at half the price. Take petrol at half the price, no problem. I will give you that. How? Because he was getting money from the IMF, so he started giving loans at half the price. He started giving all sorts of subsidies. People loved it. IMF did not love it, but people loved it. Then Imran Khan was removed as a prime minister. New prime minister comes in. Now this new prime minister knows that the government is so much in debt. So what does the new prime minister do? The first thing he does is increases the prices of petrol. Not just to the old level, but higher, because government has to earn money now. Now the people hate the new prime minister. They are saying Imran Khan was so good. He was giving us cheap petrol. You are so bad. You are not a good person. He is not able to explain to the people that it is not my money. It was not his money. It was IMF's money. We have to give it back to the government. But people don't understand this, because for them, whatever is government spending is their money at the end of the day. That is the problem. That is why when you are in the government, you don't think about spending a lot of money, because it's not your money at the end of the day. You spend whatever you want. You don't even bargain, because it's the public money. You spend it. That is why efficiency audit is required, to at least tell the people of India what is the government doing. Could they have done the same thing at the cheaper rate or not? That is how the efficiency audit is important. Have you all, I'll give you an example. In Indian polity, have you read about something called the March Rush? Have you heard this phrase? There is something called March Rush. Have you heard of this? March Rush. Some people have, some people have not. Okay. Some people who have, good. Some people who don't know, I'll tell you what March Rush is. Now, understand this. This is called March Rush. So what happens is, let's take a simple example. Let's say a department of the government was given 100 crore rupees for the year as the budget. That this is 100 crore rupees for the year. You go complete the entire year. After the year ends, we'll give you more money. So 1 year, financial year is 1 April to 31st of March. Now, if any money is remaining, if out of the 100 crore, any money is remaining, let's say 20 crore is remaining, not spent, it will go back to the Consolidated Fund of India. It doesn't get carried over to next year. It goes back to Consolidated Fund of India. This is called the rule of lapse. So because a department knows that the money will go back to the government of India, in the end, what will happen? When the month of March comes, whenever the month of March arrives, the government department starts spending money like crazy, because they know the money will go away, it will not come back. So you will see in the month of March, new ACs are being installed in the government building. Swift Desire is being replaced by Jeep, because we want Jeep, because that is, more macho. We don't want Swift Desire. Let's remove that. We are not happy with that bathroom. Let's have Italian marbles in the bathroom. Let's change everything. That is called March Rush. Now the problem is, this is not corruption, because corruption is when someone is eating money in between. No one is eating money in between. That is the problem called March Rush. That in the month of March, you usually have a lot of high spending by the government departments. Why? Because it is not their money. They don't want it to go back. You will spend it. It's like saying your parents gave you 100 rupee as a pocket money, and the rule is, whatever money you do not spend, they will take it back. Would you save some money? Would you want to give it back? No. On the last day, if you have even 10 rupees in your pocket, you will spend that 10 rupees no matter what. You will spend that 10 rupees. As simple as that. Because the governments don't work very efficiently. This is called efficiency audit. Okay? So I will just repeat all of these once again, because some people do have some confusion here. So I'll repeat all the audits so far, and then I'll go to the last one, that is the most important one. So far we discussed 4 audits. First, the compliance audit. Compliance audit is, did you actually spend the money on the purpose or on the reason that you gave? If you said, I want this money to build a building, did you actually build a building or did you use it somewhere else? Simple, that is compliance audit. Second, financial audit. Did you keep your books, accounts in the correct manner? Or was there some fudging in the account? The numbers are wrong. Third, performance audit. Performance audit is, if you spend 500 crore rupees, did you actually get the right result or not? Is there physical target that is not matching with that? Then fourth, efficiency audit. Did you really bargain efficiently or not? Did you actually get it at the best price possible or not? This is called efficiency audit. Was the government efficient enough or not? Now comes the most important one and the most debatable one. This is called proprietary audit. Now, proprietary audit is the most important one. This is also the most debatable one and most criticized one as well. Now, please try and understand what exactly is proprietary audit and is it right or wrong? How does it work? The simple idea of proprietary audit is, the CAG in their report not just audits, apart from auditing and everything else, CAG also writes his views that in his view, should the government have spent money or not? Should the government have spent this much money or not? Means, was the government right in spending money? Or should the government have not spent the money? This is called proprietary audit. Means, was the government right in spending the money or not? Was the government just wasting the money? This is called proprietary audit. Now, proprietary audit is a big debate. Why? See, what is the job of the CAG? The job of the CAG is just to audit whether there is some corruption, whether there was some illegal method in which there was something wrong happening. If the government has shown all the bills, if the government has shown everything was legal, then CAG, as per many people, CAG should not give his views that according to me, government should not have done this. Who are you to say? For example, CAG should not say that according to me, parliament building was fine. Why are they building it new? I don't like it. That is called proprietary audit. Proprietary audit will not change anything. Remember this. Proprietary audit doesn't really mean that they will ask the government or tell the government you should not have done this. They cannot stop, because proprietary audit is after government has already spent the money. So they can't break the parliament building. They can't say, no, I don't like it, break it. No, that is not what happens. They are just giving their view that should it have been done, should it have not been done. This is called proprietary audit. Now, what is the problem with this? The first big problem is CAG versus elected government. See, at the end of the day, in a democracy, the elected government, the government that has been elected by the people, should have the powers to decide how the government will run. The elected government should have the powers to run the country, to decide how the money will be spent. Everything has to be decided by the elected government. So if the elected government wants to spend money in a certain manner, they should. CAG should not give his or her view that no, I don't like it. You could have done this, you could have done that. So many people say that CAG should not give his or her views. Just see the numbers, see the bills, everything is fine, everything is legal, then don't say anything. If there is some problem with the numbers, if there's a fraud, then bring it to light. But don't give your views as such. This is what many people say. Now, tell me this. Let's assume I tell you that the government, let's say a random government of any state, a government spends 50 crore rupees to build a park or to build a fountain. Do you think it is right or wrong? Government should have done this or should not have done this? Any random government, let's say a state government, spend 50 crore to build a park or to build a fountain or whatever. Okay. Most people say no. Some people say right. Most people say no. Most people are saying no. Okay. Let me give you an example, a real example, so that maybe that will be helpful for you to form your opinion. I'll give you a real example. Okay. Okay, you can stop. You can stop. I'll give you a real example. So the real example that we have is of Uttar Pradesh. There is a person, I'm sorry, there's a person, Akhilesh Yadav. Akhilesh Yadav was a chief minister of Uttar Pradesh before Yogi Adityanath. So what did he do? Basically, when he was a chief minister, under his chief ministership, his government decided to build a very nice looking, good looking fountain. This colorful musical fountain kind of a thing was built outside Lucknow station, the Lucknow railway station. So Lucknow railway station called Charbagh. Outside Charbagh, this fountain was built. Okay. Now, I don't remember how much money was spent. If I remember correctly, it was some 40-45 crore, but I don't remember exactly. Something like 40-45 crore, something like that. So what happened was there was an interview in which there was a question asked from him. This media person asked the same question, that sir, you spent 45 crore. Assuming it was 45, I don't remember. Let's assume it was 45. So the media person asked him, sir, your government spent 45 crore rupees to build a fountain at a time that you could have spent it at other places. You could have spent it in building a hospital, building a school, and a lot of other things. Obviously, in a poor country like India, you can spend money in a lot of other ways. Now, I'll tell you his answer, and then you can decide whether it was right or wrong. So I'll tell you his answer. What did he say? So he said, when you travel to a foreign country, let's say you go to Singapore, you go to Dubai, what do you do? As a tourist, what do? You click photo in front of Burj Khalifa, you put it on Facebook, Instagram. You go to Singapore, you go and click a photo in front of that fountain. There's a lion, water is coming out of the mouth of the lion, and you click that photo. You go to Disney World, you click the photo. You just click all sorts of photos because you travel and then you put it on social media. You feel happy and whatever. So he said, am I wrong if I allow the poor people of my state or my city also to have the same luxury? Yes, they cannot go out to a foreign country. What am I doing wrong if I'm allowing them that in their own city, I am giving them something where they can come, be happy, enjoy, maybe click a photo or two, and then be happy that yes, at least I also have something to show or to see the world and to be happy about it. This was his argument. He said that I know money can be spent in a lot of ways and we are spending money in other ways. He said that I did it because I think people of every section of the society, even those who can't afford to travel, let's say outside or other places, they also should have at least a place. They also deserve certain leisure time. They also deserve, let's say, coming out in the open and sitting and clicking photo. This was again his explanation. I am not saying his explanation was right or wrong. Again, I am just giving his explanation. I am not saying he was right or wrong. But I'll give you one more thing. I'll tell you one more thing. See, please understand one more thing. When the government spends money on anything, let's say any random thing, your answer cannot always be that no, you should feed the poor with this money. Because a country is much more than only feeding the poor people. I know it might not sound that good when I'm saying this, but the reality is it's not just about feeding food to the poor people. For example, by this logic, you will not give even one single rupee to ISRO. You will not give even one single rupee to any other organization that is working in the field of research because you think, let us first have food for everyone. That's an ongoing process. You have to do both of these things together. Again, I am not saying what Mr. Yadav said is right or wrong. That depends on you, how you look at it. But what I am telling you is, let's say you are in the interview and these kind of questions are being asked to you. Your point of view cannot be that all the money of the government should go to feed the poor people, should go to first do this, because a country has to spend money on everything. You can't say, no, 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 don't do things, just feed poor people, give them house. Yes, that is happening side by side. That should happen and that is a priority. But for that, you cannot have or you cannot stop development in other fields. Again, depends upon you, whatever your answer is. But again, you're coming back. So this is proprietary audit, where the CAG publishes his or her views also about whether, in his or her view, the government should have spent money, should not have spent money, etc. Ajay is asking, is proprietary audit discretionary power of CAG? Yes. Proprietary audit is a discretionary power of the CAG, and that is what the problem is. By their own discretion, they come up and they prepare these kind of reports. By their own discretion, they write whatever they think is correct. This is a problem with proprietary audit. Now, as I said, the CAG in itself is an extremely, extremely important office. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar famously called the CAG the most important constitutional office. This is a quote from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court of India said this about the CAG. The Supreme Court of India said, CAG is not a Munimji or an accountant. CAG is a constitutional authority. This is the exact quote that the Supreme Court said. CAG is a constitutional authority who can examine the revenue allocation and matters relating to the economy. CAG is a principal auditor whose function is to go into economy, effectiveness and efficiency of the resources. Meaning that, in other words, Supreme Court kind of supported the CAG in these kind of things, like proprietary audit, etc. Supreme Court is of the view that CAG should not just be told that no, just prepare reports and stay quiet. No. The Supreme Court is saying CAG is much more than that. Those who don't know what is Munimji, it's difficult to translate Munimji. So Munimji, if you see old movies, when there's a very rich person, a zamindar, they would have a personal accountant who would handle their money. That's called Munimji. So Harshit is saying like a CA. Harshit, CA would be giving too much respect to Munimji. I don't think Munimji would be CA, and CAs would be very angry with that. So I would not say Munim. Yeah, Priyanka is right. I would say accountant. Clerk come accountant, someone who maintains a record. Clerk, accountant maintains a record. Let's do it that way. Not CA. CAs would not be happy. CAs would be very angry with you. They spent a lot of years to pass that examination, and now you're calling them Munimji. So no, that is not right. So again, that is what Munimjis are. But again, over here, Munimji is not important for you. CAG is important. Don't worry. Don't worry. Munimji is not important. CAG is important. Let's focus on that. Okay. Abhinav has a question. I think Rafale case is related to which type of audit? See, again, Abhinav, no case is related to any type of audit. It depends on what kind of audit the CAG does in different cases. Where do they found any fault? In case of Rafale, I don't think they found any fault so far. If they would have, you would have come to know about it. Then we have one more question that was asked in 2016 from the CAG. This question is, exercise of CAG's power in relation to the accounts of the union and the states is derived from Article 149 in the Indian Constitution. Discuss whether audit of government's policy implementations could amount to overstepping its own jurisdiction. Now listen to this very carefully. When you have these kind of questions, where you are asked whether is it happening, whether is it not happening, or when you have this term called critically examine, or you have these kind of terms, whether it will happen or not, it usually means that you are expected to give both positive and negative side of the story. It usually means that you are expected to give both sides of the story, positive side of the story as well as the negative side of the story. So try and give arguments from both the sides. First argument means fun argument about positive, that no, CAG is not overstepping its jurisdiction. How? You can give examples of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar calling it the most important office. Give example of Supreme Court saying that CAG is responsible for looking into the efficiency of the government. Give examples of how the audit reports of the CAG have brought a lot of important scams to the picture. So that will be the positive of it. That no, they are not overstepping the jurisdiction. Even the Supreme Court supports it. Their reports have brought out multiple scams, etc. On the other hand, on the negative part, you can write about proprietary audit. You can write about how an elected government has the discretion to spend the money in the way that they want, as long as they are doing it as per the law. Rather than using his or her own discretion, the CAG should better stick to the work that is the auditing work. That is again how the negative point would go, that yes, it may be overstepping its jurisdiction by going into discretionary territory, by going into those points where he is writing from his own point of view, overstepping his jurisdiction. That should not be allowed. In the concluding part, you have to give a way forward. For example, in the concluding part, you can write the CAG's office, being an extremely important office in case of India, should maintain a balance between the two and allow the democracy to thrive, to prosper even further. This kind of a thing you can write. Again, the pointers that I am telling you are not the only pointers that you can write. If you find some new pointers, if you can think of something extra, the point that is relevant here, please feel free to write those, but just stick to what the question is asking. One of the problems that students have is, rather than sticking to what is being asked, we write a lot of other stuff. Why? I'll give you an example. Just because you have read the chapter of CAG, you think that now if a CAG question comes, I will write everything I know about the CAG. But no, you have to ensure that what the question is asking, stick to that. Don't stick to anywhere else. Just stick to that only. This is what we discussed yesterday, and this is yesterday's thank you, by the way, not today's thank you. So now we start from module number 3. This is the beginning of the third module now, and we come to corruption. Not come to corruption, but we come to fighting corruption now. Satyam is saying, who audits Supreme Court, High Court spending? Satyam, CAG does not. See, you audit the spending of those departments that are spending a lot of money. You understand this. You are saying auditing of Supreme Court. From where is the Supreme Court getting the money? Think of it that way. From where is the Supreme Court getting the money? From where are the judges getting the money? From where are the clerks getting the money? They're getting the money from the government only, right? So auditing of the government is the same as auditing of the Supreme Court only. Understand this. You will not audit the CAG, the Supreme Court separately, because the money is coming from the government, right? So that source you have already audited, so that is done. You can't audit that altogether. Auditing the government means that you have audited that, right? Okay, let's go ahead then. Next is corruption. Okay, tell me this very honestly, and I'm asking this question to all of you. Tell me this very honestly. How many of you think, tell me very honestly, how many of you think that once you become an IAS officer, your I card or your visiting card would be good enough? You don't have to carry your credit card, debit card anywhere. Just give your visiting card and everything will be everyone will be bowing in front of you. How many of you have that impression? That I already, Sushmit is already rich. Sushmit, nice to meet you, man. I hope you are a good friend of mine. Anyone else who's already rich apart from Sushmit? Okay, some people do have this idea. I know even if you do have this idea, you will not accept in front of me. But I know this is why you want to prepare for IAS. So don't lie. So anyways, even if you have this idea, I'm sure you will not accept in front of me, but fine. So basically, that is not going to happen. At least not in the open. At least not in the open. Other things depend on your talent, and let's not go into that. But a lot of things depend on your talent. Let's come back. So basically, corruption. Corruption, unfortunately, is a part of our daily life. It's just a part of our day-to-day life. And see, I'll tell you the most interesting part. The most interesting part is you do not read about corruption at the school level. The school teachers don't tell you that if you break the traffic light, someone stops you, offer them some money and go. That the teacher doesn't teach you that. The college also doesn't teach you that. But somehow you already learn. You already learn, oh, I've broken the law. Let me see if I can fix this by getting some money, right? That is a perception that we have. So corruption has been a part of our lives, unfortunately, for a long time, too long a time. But again, as I said earlier as well, it's not that I am painting a generalized picture. You all know how corruption is a part of our lives. But I'm not saying everyone is corrupt. And even the contrary, I'm not saying that no one is corrupt. It is somewhere in between. As I said earlier as well, there will always be someone that you would have come across who is corrupt from the government side and from the non-government side as well. So it handles both ways. Anyways, so basically, what do we do? What do we have to study? Let me tell you that. In today's class of this module number 3, we are going to be studying two important things. We will be studying number 1, Prevention of Corruption Act. We will be studying today Prevention of Corruption Act of 1988. Second thing that we'll be discussing today in today's class is Lokpal. These are two topics that we'll be taking up in module number 3. Okay. Prevention of Corruption Act, also written as a PCA, in short, 1988. Wherever you see this written PCA, please understand we are referring to Prevention of Corruption Act. Now let's start with the Prevention of Corruption Act, the PCA. So basically, in India, in order to stop corruption, in order to put some break on corruption, multiple laws have been passed in the past. What are those laws? These are some examples of those laws. IPC is what? Indian Penal Code. Indian Penal Code is a book that has set of laws, that has set of punishment, what punishment will be given if you commit what crime. RPA is Representation of People Act. Representation of People's Act. This is a law that talks about corruption in politics. So it tries to stop corruption in politics. If you are indulging corruption, giving money to someone in politics while fighting elections, you will be punished. PC, as I said, Prevention of Corruption Act. Prevention of Corruption Act. Then we also have something called the Benami Property Act. What do you mean by Benami property? So usually people who have a lot of black money, money in cash that is unaccounted for, they buy property with that money, but on someone else's name. They will not buy a property on their own name so that it doesn't come into the tax record, etc. This is called Benami property. Benami property, I'll discuss it for 2-3 minutes later on, but it's not that important. It's not usually asked. Then we have CVC. CVC is the Central Vigilance Commission. This is again a body that was made in order to fight corruption. DSP is Delhi Special Police Establishment Act. Delhi Special Police Establishment Act. This is the act under which CBI was created. So this led to the creation of CBI. Lokpal Act, which we'll be discussing today. PMLA is Prevention of Money Laundering Act. This is Prevention of Money Laundering Act. This is the law under which ED has all the powers. ED that you keep on reading in the news, that everyone talks about nowadays, you talk about in the newspapers, ED, Enforcement Directorate, they get all their powers from the PMLA, that is Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Then we have RTI, we have already discussed, and then we have the Whistleblower Protection Act. The Whistleblower Protection Act is a law to protect the whistleblowers, to protect those who are bringing out the news of corruption. Out of all of these, IPC we will not study, not a part of your syllabus. RPA we will study later on. Prevention of Corruption Act we will study today. Benami Property Act we will discuss a bit today. CVC we will be discussing tomorrow. CBI again we will be discussing tomorrow. Lokpal discussing today. PMLA discussing tomorrow. RTI already done. Whistleblower again we will be discussing tomorrow. So most of these things we will be discussing. Now apart from these laws, we also have certain bodies that have been created by the government. CVC, the Vigilance Commission, we'll discuss it later on. Lokpal, Lokal, we'll discuss it today. CBI, CAG, we've already discussed. Then we also have Judiciary, which was discussed in polity. ED, we will be discussing. Then we'll be discussing consumer forums. Consumer forums, again, not a part of the syllabus. Consumer forums are those courts where consumers can go and complain. Remember, there was this time when you used to order iPhone from Flipkart, and you used to open the box, it used to be a Vim bar or Rin or Surf Excel, whichever your brand is. So where do the people go and complain? They used to go to complain, or they can go and complain to consumer forums. Then we have ombudsman. What is ombudsman? In India, we don't have a post that is called the ombudsman. Ombudsman is a generic word used for any anti-corruption officer. Any anti-corruption officer is called ombudsman. There is no one single post in India that is called the ombudsman. Lokpal can also be called an ombudsman. RBI has their own ombudsman. Banking sector, the banks have their own ombudsman. But ombudsman is a generic term used for any anti-corruption officer. Anti-Corruption Bureau, ACB, it works at the state level. It works at the state level. Usually the state governments handle or use this to handle corruption related cases. So all these are different types of bodies also that have been created to fight against corruption. Before we go ahead and start our discussion about the Prevention of Corruption Act in India, I also wanted to give you an example of the worldwide view on corruption. The worldwide view, as in internationally, there is a report that is published every year, which is called Corruption Perception Index, CPI. Again, CPI is Corruption Perception Index. This is a report published by an NGO which is called Transparency International. So Transparency International publishes this report every year where they rank different countries on the basis of how much corruption exists. Now, in this ranking, it's a ranking of 180 countries or so. When you get a score of 0, that means you are highly corrupt. 100 means you are very clean as a country. 100 means very clean, 0 highly corrupt. Now, I'll give you don't Google it. Tell me lump sum what is India's score. Lump sum. What do you think is India's score? Don't Google. India's score, what do you think? A lot of people are saying 85. You are very okay. There's there is a saying in Hindi. I'll say it in Hindi and then I'll convert it into English. There's a saying in Hindi, and the saying is "Nakal ke liye bhi akal chahiye hoti hai." So if you convert that into English, that means even to cheat, you need to have some brains. So those who are saying 85, which I showed you in the last graph, it is India's rank and not score. So those who are saying 85, I'm sorry, dear, but that is India's rank and not the score. What I'm asking is the score and not the rank. So let's come to the score. India's score, you'll get to know in just a bit. Many of you are absolutely correct about this. We'll get to know India's score in just a bit. Let me first show you the latest ranking of 2022. This is 2022's latest ranking. First place, Denmark. Then we have second place, Finland, New Zealand, Norway. Usually the country that you usually expect. No surprises there. Now find out India's rank, India's score. See where India's score is written. Find that out. See this, 40. 40. So India's score is 40. This is the last 2022 version. India's rank, on the other hand, is 85. Now, I am not saying this is extremely important for you, but it may happen that the UPSC has this habit of asking random reports in a prelims exam. So I'm not saying that you have to remember every country. I'm not saying that, but try and see if you can remember at least India's rank and India's score. That would be good enough. Try and remember the top 3 countries as well. That usually would be asked, if at all. So you don't have to go into a lot of details of it. Don't worry about that. A lot of people, also, this is not the complete list. I could only fit one screenshot in this. There is half other screenshot as well, which I have not taken. So if you're really interested in finding out your favorite countries, such as Pakistan, everyone is interested in that. I don't know for what reason we have this infatuation with Pakistan, that if we are better with Pakistan, then we are good to go. So if you are interested in finding Pakistan or Bhutan or Sri Lanka, whatever, I'll give you a suggestion. There is a secret weapon that you should know called Google. Go to Google, search for this website, go and find the rank. If not, I'll give you one more suggestion. If you are interested in spending 10 rupees, why don't you file an RTI? Let's say maybe the government tells you. So if you want to spend 10 rupees, file an RTI. If you don't want to spend 10 rupees, use Google and see if you can find the ranks. Find the rank of every country, remember the rank of every country, and then give the exam for those countries as well, because in India, competition is very tough. Anyway, just kidding. Please don't do that. Please don't waste your time. Remember, India's good enough. Let's go ahead then. As expected, Western Europe, European Union had the highest score amongst the regions. Sub-Saharan Africa, some of the poorest countries in the world are here. They got a pretty low rank. Now, India's performance, we are at somewhere in the middle, 85 out of 180 countries. Obviously not great. Except Bhutan, all our neighbors are ranked below us. So, good job. We defeated them. We defeated Pakistan. Congratulations. They are ranked at 140. If that makes you sleep better, great. Our score has remained kind of stagnant over the years. It's kind of 40 only for some years now, so it's not going up or down anyways. How do we calculate this data? Basically, that data is calculated by that NGO. So what they do is they call up different businessmen, people who interact with the government, and take their perception. That is why it is called Corruption Perception Index. So they take their perception that what do you think, is the government corrupt or not, and based on that they prepare the report. Anyways, let's go ahead then. The topic that we want to start is PCA, Prevention of Corruption Act of 1988. Now, what exactly is this law? How does it work? What are the important provisions of the law? This is what you have to understand. Basically, this is the primary law of India to fight against corruption, to fight against corruption cases. This law applies to public servants only, not to private individuals like me, like you. If you're working for the government, you're a part of the government authority, it will apply to you. The act says what are the different types of offenses. Taking a bribe is an offense. Criminal misconduct is also an offense. And having disproportionate asset as compared to your income is also an offense. In all these cases, you can be given punishment under this law. For that purpose, the problem is first permission has to be taken from the government. Means under this law, if investigation has to start against a government official, the agencies cannot start the investigation before asking for the government's permission. So government's permission will be required. What is bribery? Bribery means any reward that you are taking other than your salary in exchange for doing your job. In exchange for doing your job, you anyways get your salary. But if you want something beyond your salary, over and above your salary, that becomes that becomes bribery. It is not necessary that it has to be cash only. It can be in some other way as well. It doesn't necessarily has to be cash. It can be in some of form of favor, some form of holiday trip that has been sponsored for you. All of that comes under definition of bribery. What is criminal misconduct? Criminal misconduct means when you intentionally enrich yourself. I'll give you a simple example. Let's assume, see, when you are a government official, Deepthi is asking bribery is illegal. Deepthi, unfortunately, yes. If you are late to your preparation, then yes, it is illegal. Sorry. Anyways, what is criminal misconduct? Criminal misconduct basically means intentional enrichment. Now, what do you mean by that? Let's take a simple example. So, as a government official, you will have a responsibility, let's say, of giving contract. Of giving contract. Let's take the same example. Let's say the building that you are in charge of, a new building is being built. Government wants 100 air conditioners for that. Now, this 100 air conditioners, who will get the contract? Let's assume you give the contract to your brother, or even better, you give a contract to the wife's brother. You are not giving it to yourself, but giving it to your wife's brother. You are doing this so that you can take a cut. That is called intentional enrichment. You are enriching yourself, your family, your relatives, and giving the contract to them so that they can earn money. This is also a part of criminal misconduct. It will also be punished under Prevention of Corruption Act. Third, disproportionate assets, something that we discussed yesterday as well. If you have assets, if you have property, money, which is not in proportion to your income. Your income is 50,000, but you travel by an Audi, Mercedes, Bentley. That is a case of disproportionate asset. All these things are punished under the Prevention of Corruption Act. Now, who is covered? Against whom can you actually go ahead and file a complaint? Any person who is working with the government or taking a salary from the government, any PSU employees or government servants working for government companies also, local body members also are covered under this. Even the judiciary is covered under this. Even for judiciary, they are covered under this. Cooperative societies, office bearers covered under this. Central state government employees are also covered under this. Any person holding an office, by the virtue of being, they are required to perform a public duty. Any person who is holding an office, and by that they are performing public duty. All these things are covered, all these people are covered under the Prevention of Corruption Act. In all these cases, they can be punished if they break the law, if they are enriching themselves, if they are taking bribe, if they have disproportionate asset. Now, the most important part. I will tell you the provisions one by one. The Prevention of Corruption Act was amended, or it had some new provisions added in 2018. So 2018, some changes were made in the act. Some amendments were made in the act. We'll be discussing what these changes were, what these amendments were. These are important for you. Let's see what are the changes. Government said that we are making these changes so that the people actually can work independently without any fear. First thing, the first change was in the definition of the word bribe. They said undue advantage, any gratification other than legal remuneration will be called a bribe. Earlier, people thought only if the money is exchanged that will be called a bribe. Only if someone is offering some money or cash, full or briefcase full of cash, only that will be a bribe. But no, even anything else, giving you an expensive gift, giving your wife an expensive gift, your husband an expensive gift, your parents something, building a new house for you, any of these gratifications are a part of bribe because they are over and above the salary that you are supposed to get. Now look at this point very carefully. Look at this point very carefully because this is extremely important. It says if a person does not perform a public function dishonestly, it would not qualify as taking a bribe. If a person does not perform a public function dishonestly, it will not be qualified as taking a bribe. Now, what do you mean by that? Let's take an example. And please listen to this very carefully. I would suggest not to type anything for 2-3 minutes. Just listen to what I'm trying to tell you. Let's assume you are an IAS officer. Okay? And it is your son's birthday. Your son's birthday, you had a party. You invited the friends of your son. One of the friends, his father, his dad, came to the party along with this child. This dad gave a gift, a pretty expensive gift. Let's say an iPhone is given. Now, a few days later, this person applied for a license, applied for a, let's say, liquor license. In order to open an alcohol shop, you need a license, right? So he applied for a liquor license, and the DM will decide, the IAS officer, the DM will decide whether who will get the liquor license or not. So he decides to give the liquor license to him. He decides to give the liquor license to this person. Now people start saying that, oh, liquor license was given because of the iPhone. Because your son got the iPhone as a gift, that is how you took the liquor license. So this is a bribe. But no, this will not be called a bribe. Why? Because the exception is If a person does not perform the duty dishonestly, it will not be called a bribe. If you're performing your duty honestly, that is all that matters. If you have been given a gift, doesn't matter. If you have been given something in return, doesn't matter. As long as you are performing your function honestly, this will not be called a bribe. Now, there are two ways to look at this. There are two ways to look at this. One way to look at this is this example that I gave you. This is one way to look at this, right? That civil servant can do their job properly. Then I'll tell you one more way to look at this. Let's assume this Mr. IAS officer, the DM, has to give a liquor license. Now someone comes in and gives him 10 lakh rupees. Says, sir, please give me the liquor license. He says, okay. Then someone comes in, gives him 20 lakh rupees. Says, sir, please give me the liquor license. Someone comes, gives 50 lakh rupees. Sir, give me the liquor license. And what does Mr. DM do? He gives it the license to someone who really deserved. He took all the money. He never said no to the money. But what did he do? He performed his duty honestly. He gave it to the person who deserved. That again will not be called a bribe because you performed your functions honestly. This is the other way to look at it. But this is usually not what happens. Because in this case, there will be a question of disproportionate asset. This will become a case of disproportionate asset. How did you get all that money? But it is usually for the first example that I gave you. Now, many people are saying in the chat it is a loophole. See, again, there are two ways to look at it. The problem is, right now you are looking at this situation as an outsider. As an outsider, it looks like a big loophole to you. Now look at this situation from the point of view of the IAS officer, from the point of view of the DM. Because what happened was earlier, even if they used to take 100 rupees, not 100 rupees, even if they used to be invited to someone's dinner party, they were so scared that tomorrow if I give him a license, people will start a case against me that you went to a dinner party, that is your bribe. So think of it from the point of view of that IAS officer, the DM, that in order to do their job properly, they need at least certain protection. So the government has to give them the protection that don't worry, if you do your job honestly, nothing is going to happen to you. Because before that, they were very scared. They did not used to talk to anyone. They did not go to any function. They did not go anywhere. Did not interact with anyone because everyone said, oh, you are taking a bribe. This is where the problem starts. But again, it depends on perception. It depends on how you want to see it. Maybe when you become an IAS officer, you will see it in a different manner. Right now, you're an outsider, so you're seeing it in a different manner. But that is what the law is. This change was introduced in 2018. See, this is why governance classes are important for you. Governance classes are important not just for the UPSC exam, but also for what to do when you become an IAS officer. Who else will tell you this? No one else will tell you this, right? So you have to attend governance classes, see the recording also, so that you know what to do when you become the IAS officer. No one will tell you these things, right? Please pay attention. Now the next part. Not just taking a bribe. Now, even giving a bribe is an offense. Let me repeat. Not just offering a bribe, even not just giving a bribe, even giving a bribe is an offense. Earlier, only the public servant used to be punished that they took the bribe. Now, if you offer a bribe, even that will be punishable. Bhumika is saying, what if on gunpoint he asks us to take a bribe? Bhumika, I wish that situation arises that someone points a gun at you and says, take my money. That if it does arise, pretty interesting situation. Maybe the government will bring a law about that as well. At least for now, situation seems pretty odd. Someone asking you, take my money or I'll kill you. Pretty odd, right? Anyway, let's come back. So giving a bribe is also an offense. If you are giving a bribe, giving a reward, etc., that will also come under a punishment. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Please listen to this very carefully. Please listen to this. There may be, I'll tell you a simple situation. Let's assume you go to the RTO to get a driving license made, right? Let's assume this situation. You go to RTO, you want a driving license. Now, what do? You go and give the driving test. You drive the vehicle. Everything is fine. No issues with that, right? Everything is fine. But in the end, the officer tells you, if you want the license, give me 1,000 rupees. Otherwise, you are not getting the license. Give me 1,000 rupees, or I will write in the report that you flung the test. I'll give you even more relatable example. Even more relatable example. When you go and for making your passport, do you know? And if you have made a passport, you know, when you make a passport, you apply for the passport. The last step is that a police officer will come to your house to verify whether you live in the right house or not. So they will always come to your house. It is almost an unwritten law that policemen will take something from you. It is almost an unwritten law. It's not a written law, but it's almost acceptable now that yes, they will ask for some money, no matter what. Again, if you got a policeman who did not ask for money, great. I'm very happy for you. But this has become such a norm that when someone comes to you, you have to keep at least 500 in your pocket because you never know. That usually does happen. So now let's take this situation. Let's take this situation. So basically, this officer told you, or the police officer told you, give me 500 or 1,000. Without that, I will not give the passport. I will write in the report that this is the wrong address. You don't live here. Now, what would you do? Obviously, you want the passport. You want a driving license. So what do? You will give the bribe, right? You will have to give the bribe no matter what. Now, the problem is giving a bribe is also an offense. You don't want to commit the crime. So what do? For this law has been made. This law has been made. If you tell the police that I am going to give a bribe because I am being asked to, if you tell the police that I am being forced to give a bribe because I am being asked to, then within 7 days, police will not take any action. Means you tell today that, sir, I am going to give a bribe because he is forcing me. So next 7 days, you can give a bribe, you will not be punished. Also, it works in the other manner as well. You have given the bribe. After that, also within 7 days, you have to inform the police. You give the bribe, within 7 days, you inform the police. You obviously have to take a written record that you have informed so that you have a proof. That is how the law works. So it safeguards those people who are being forced to give a bribe. They get a 7-day time period that for 7 days you can go ahead. Now, the other part. If any officer is seen to be guilty, if investigation has to start against any officer, you first require permission of the government. If it's a central government officer, you require permission of Government of India. If it's a state government officer, you require permission of the government of state. Only after their permission, you can start the investigation. This is also a big problem. The problem here is whenever there are these kind of cases or allegations against an officer that the government likes, if there's an officer of the government's liking, government's choice, so governments don't really want to start investigation against them. See, the reality is every single government or every single political party has at the end of the day certain officers that they really like. So they will try to protect them. That is why many times investigation is not happening because the government just does not give permission. That is why you will see when the governments change, a lot of officers, their investigation stops or new investigation starts to happen either way. Apart, apart from this, there are only two circumstances, and do listen to this. There are only two circumstances in which you do not require the government's permission. What are those circumstances? Number one, if the public servant was trapped red-handed. Red-handed means on the spot, trapped. Let's say he was taking a bribe on the spot, he was caught. That is called red-handed. So you don't require a lot of proof. you know right then and there that the person is guilty. So in that case, you don't require the government's permission. One other example, one other circumstance when you don't require the government's permission is if there is a case of disproportionate asset. If there is a case of disproportionate asset, again, you do not require the government's permission before starting the investigation. You don't require the government's permission in both of these cases. Now, the problem is there is something called investigation, and then there's something called prosecution. These are two different things. Investigation is to be done by the police, for which you require government's permission. After the police has done the investigation, the matter will go to the court. Court proceedings are called prosecution. Prosecution means starting a case against someone, trying to punish someone. It happens in the court. For that also you require government's permission. So at one stage, for investigation to start, you require the government permission. There is no time limit for investigation permission. Government can tell or government may not tell. But for prosecution, government's permission is again required. For prosecution, government should give the permission within 3 months. When the permission is asked for, within 3 months, the government must give the permission to start the prosecution. Maximum, they can delay it for 1 more month. Also, prosecution is required for formal civil servants also. Means even those who have retired. It's not like once you have retired, now whatever corruption or illegal activities you did are forgotten. No. Even after you retire, there can be cases filed against you. In that case, again, the government has to give permission first before your prosecution. It can be done within 3 months or extendable to 1 more month. Again, for investigation, there is no time limit, so the government can delay it and does delay it a long time. There is also a time period that has been set now within which the case has to be decided. The case of this Prevention of Corruption Act, all these cases will be decided by a special judge, and the judge has been given the responsibility to complete the trial within 2 years. So within 2 years, you have to complete the trial. If for some reason the trial is delayed, they can delay 6 months at a time. So every 6 months they can delay, but they cannot exceed 4 years. Maximum of 4 years is the time period that they get in order to finish this entire case. So any case under the Prevention of Corruption Act starts by a special judge, in usual circumstances should be decided within 2 years. If it's not, it can be extended 6 months at a time. Maximum, it will go up to 4 years only. These are, again, in brief, the changes that were made in the law in 2018. First change, punishment for bribe taking has been increased now. It has been increased to 7 years minimum now. Gifts have also been criminalized, not just cash, any gift given and that results into dishonest operation, that will be bribe. Bribe givers are also criminalized, those who give the bribes. And interestingly, look at this, corporate bribery has also been criminalized. If there's a company, there's a corporate that is giving the bribe, even the company will be punished. It's not just individual who is giving the bribe. If there's a company that is giving the bribe to get a contract from the government, to get some agreement from the government, to earn money, even they will be criminalized. Immediate forfeiture. Now, what do you mean by this? If you have any property, that you owned illegally, that will be forfeited. Forfeited means taken over control. Government will take over the control of that property. Timely trial, as we discussed, usually 2 years, maximum extended up to 4 years, and the trial has to be finished. This is again a summary of the different types of changes that were introduced. You can read it in detail. Giving a bribe is also an offense, up to 7 years of jail. Pre-investigation approval is required. Sanction for prosecution is also required. Property will be forfeited. See, usually, I'll tell you something. Understand this. See, this is a law that is not asked every year. If there is a change, for example, in 2018, there was a change in the law. Then for 2019, it is an important news. I'll tell you very honestly. It was amended in 2018, so 2019 becomes a very important part of syllabus, or 2020 also. But I would say 2023, 24, now that you're giving the exam, I'm not saying it is the most important part of the syllabus because it doesn't remain in the news. So you have to be very intelligent when you are reading these topics. See whether there has been any recent news about this. If there was a recent news, let's say a famous person, a politician, someone got involved or someone was punished under this, then the news becomes big. Or the amendment has been done, then again it becomes important. So for that, you will have to be very well prepared. On the other hand, I'll give you one more example. Like you see this year, Representation of People Act 1951, extremely important. Why? Because of disqualification of Mr. Rahul Gandhi. I can bet 100% in GS2 paper this year, you will see a question on Representation of People at 1951. You will see a question no matter what. Long, short, in some way or the other, there will be a question on either criminalization in politics, or you will see a question directly on Representation of People at 1951 because it is so much in the news. Prominent politician has been disqualified. So with these kind of laws, usually if they remain in the news, they remain much more significant, they become much more important. So during your preparation also, you have to see what is more important, what is relevant, and what is not relevant right now. Now, there are a few things that you have to understand here. There are certain issues with the law. The first issue is coercive bribery is also punishable. Coercive means forceful. Someone is forcing you to do. As I discussed the example of RTO, the passport thing, even if someone is forced to give a bribe, even then the bribe giver will be punished. See, giving a bribe, if you are giving it out of your choice, you may or may not give, then the punishment is fine because you are giving it to earn something in return. But if you are being forced to give a bribe, let's say a very important document is stuck and you want that. Tell me very honestly, okay? Tell me very honestly. And I'm talking about the real situation. Let's assume you are waiting for the passport. The passport officer comes in for verification, asks for a bribe of rupees 1,000. Let's take a simple example in real life. Police officer asks for a bribe of 1,000 to verify. Now tell me very honestly, you get the passport? Would you be more interested in getting your passport or reporting this 1,000 rupees to the police? Would you make an effort to go to police station and report that 1,000 rupees because you want to? Or you're just happy, I'm getting my passport, I don't want anything else, let it just get over. Most of the people, and this is obviously right, would focus on just getting the passport, not going into the police, because you go into the police and the circle starts, they will call you once again, they'll go again, and then maybe investigation will go on and so forth. So in real life, you also know that unless it's a huge amount which will really make a difference to your life, you would avoid going to the police station, right? You would do that. So again, this becomes a problem. That coercive bribery, even if you're forcing someone to pay, then also you will be punished. So if you give a bribe to passport officer, now just take that situation. You gave a bribe to passport office, nothing, you forgot about it, you got the passport. After 1 month, the police will come to your house, arrest you. Why? Because you gave the bribe. So you have to be charged under Prevention of Corruption Act. Now just imagine this. You gave a bribe to get a passport. You did not want to go to the police station because you thought, oh, this is too much of a hassle. In return, police will come and arrest you only after 1 month. Why? Because you gave the bribe. Bribe givers are also punished. Now, do you see the problem with the law? That you are forcing a common man to go to the police station when the bribe is being asked. And you all know how receptive and how welcoming our police stations are. Again, if there's a police officer in the chat attending the class, I'm sorry, I don't mean to say you. But again, you know the issue. That Even if you are taking a bribe or giving a bribe, forced to give a bribe, you are expected that you have to report it to the authorities. That becomes a big issue. You are putting the responsibility on a common citizen to leave their job, to leave everything else, and go and report this. That may not be possible every single time. Second problem, as we discussed, where many people, many of you said it's a loophole. Yes, it is a loophole. Public servant not performing their duty dishonestly will not be considered as a bribe. This is a big loophole because you are asking the public servant, it is okay to take a bribe. Just don't do your duty dishonestly. That is what it means, right? It's okay, take the bribe, but don't do the duty dishonestly. That's obviously a big problem. Rather than saying don't take the bribe, you're saying taking the bribe is fine, but do your business also, do your job also. That becomes a problem. That also remains a big issue. Now, there's one simple thing I want to discuss, although this is not a part of the syllabus, this is not discussed usually, but I thought I'll just discuss this with you just in case you come across this law. In India, we have something called the Benami Transactions Law or Benami Property Act. So what is Benami? In Hindi, basically, Benami means something without name. Benami means without name. But you cannot buy a property without someone's name, right? When you buy a property, it has to be on someone's name. So what do you mean by Benami property? Benami property in simple terms means when you are buying property intentionally on someone else's name to hide your black money. To hide your black money, you are taking this property and you are buying it on someone else's name. For example, do you know or do you remember, in fact, when demonetization started? Again, this is not my plan that you see the Mr. Modi's photo and I'm talking about demonetization. This is not my plan. And even 2016. But again, anyway, so when demonetization started, if you remember, the government had said that you can deposit up to 2.5 lakh in your account. Remember? The government said you can deposit 2.5 lakh in your account. I thought, I don't know who has 2.5 lakh rupees of cash with them. But do you know there were so many people who kept so much cash that they deposited 2.5 lakh in their driver's account, in the account of their domestic worker, in the account of their gardener, account of someone that they know, friends, all of these people. That is an example again of Benami property. So Benami property or Benami transactions are all the same. It doesn't have to be only property bought under someone else's name. It also has to be that you are making transaction on someone else's name. If you have assets, movable, immovable property under someone else's name, all that will be punished by up to 7 years of jail. All that will be punished under 7 years of jail. Again, this law is not really a part of your syllabus, so I don't want you to go into detail of it. But just in case you read something in the newspaper with this word, you should know that we know what is Benami property. So don't worry about that. Before I start the next part of this module, Lokpal and Lokayuta, let me take some questions that you have, and then maybe we'll see if we can take a break before starting this. Okay, let me take a few questions that you have asked. Okay. Ibtisam has a question. What sorts of books are audited in financial audit? Ibtisam, books, when you say the auditing books, that doesn't mean a book really. It means all the accounts of the government. So books is accounts of the government, the account that the government has maintained. Mrityunjay has a very long question. Okay, let me read. Mrityunjay is asking, what if an officer spends his full bribe amount to an orphanage or vulnerable children organization by supporting people and having all the evidence of the bribe that he has funded? And I'll not read the rest of the question. It is still punishable. It is like saying, I don't want to take the name. So there's a very famous actor who has multiple cases against him. And then he says, oh, but this actor runs a charity also. You know that? He spends so much money on charity, making t-shirts. He spends so much money on cancer survivors or whatever. I don't know the person name. Let us call that person as SK. I don't know the person name. I don't know. Let's call that person SK. So you say that you should release the person. You should not punish the person. Why? Because he did some charity. So negative and positive in real life don't make zero. Your crime was against someone else. You have to be punished for that. You don't do charity hoping that, oh, now everything is fine. That is just not how it works. Okay? I did not take anyone's name. So if you are a fan of this person or alleged person, please give my regards to him. Okay, let me see. Then I have, then I have another question. See, you never know where fans of people are. So you have to be very careful, man, while talking. You never know where the fans. Pilli has a question. Sir, does civil servant can have business legally paying taxes? Yeah. Civil servants can have their private business as long as it is not interfering with your government job. If the government thinks it is interfering with the job, if the government thinks that it is you are not doing justice to your own job, then you may be asked to shut it down. But legally, yes, in the private, whatever you do, it doesn't really matter. Then I have a question from Kaushik. Is using official things like vehicles, PSO, that is private security officers, for personal work also termed as corruption? Can it be charged under PCA? See, Kaushik, the idea is very simple. If you are using government money that you are not supposed to, that you are not entitled to, in simple terms, that is corruption. So if you have gotten a vehicle from the side of the government as a part of your job, then enjoy it, do it. No one is stopping you. But if you are not entitled to use that vehicle, but you still did it, then you are spending the government money which you're not entitled to. Then it becomes a problem. Then it becomes corruption. So it depends on whether what you are doing is legal or illegal. Joginder is saying, please explain bribe meaning as per the changes. So, Joginder, bribe now in simple terms means any benefit, monetary benefit, non monetary benefit, any gift that you get in exchange for doing your job dishonestly will be called a bribe. I can give you one more example. Let's assume, again, you are a DM, you have a son, daughter, let's take daughter, and you want your daughter to get admission into the best possible school or college, and that school or college says no, the seats are full, you cannot get the admission here, try next year. You are the DM, but that doesn't matter, you can't get the admission there. So you'll call up this influential person who is on the board, trustee board of the school, and you ask him, can you get my daughter's admission? He says, yes, I will do the admission thing, don't worry. So he does the admission of your daughter, you are happy. And then after 10 days he calls you with a favor. So you will accept the favor, you will do whatever the person wants you to do. That again becomes a bribe. So bribe doesn't only has to be monetary, non-monetary, it can also be a favor. But again, the condition is only if you are doing your job dishonestly, then it will be counted as a bribe. If you are not doing your job dishonestly, it will not come under bribe. So just taking a bribe now doesn't really matter. What you are doing is basically has to be dishonest. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Anything else? Okay. See, a lot of questions coming in. I would just suggest you, not just in this but any subject, don't make the subject tougher than what it is. Many people in most subjects like polity, governance, you start making up situations in your own mind. What if this happens, what if that happens? Please don't make up hypothetical situations. Usually those are not the things that are asked. Okay, let's take a 15-minute break and then we will start from here. uh, please be back by 7:05 and we will resume from here. Thank you so much, guys. Hi everyone. I hope all of you are back after your break. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. Bhumika is saying, what if a common man is not able to prove that he was forced to give a bribe? If you're not able to prove that, you're not able to prove. As simple as that. You're punished. It's not about common man, uncommon man, minister, MP, MLA. If you're not able to prove, you're not able to prove. As simple as that. Okay, let's go ahead then. The next topic from this module, that is topic number 2, is a topic called the Lokpal. Just a second. Now, I'm sure all of you would have at least heard the name Lokpal. There was a big agitation to have a Lokpal also, to appoint the Lokpal. Remember, about 10 years or so back, we had this Anna Hazare agitation to have a Lokpal. Right now, we have an officer called the Lokpal that works at the union, that is the center government level, and we have officer that works at every state individually, that is called the Lokayukt. So Lokpal works at the center and the Lokayukt work at the state. Now, what is the idea behind the Lokpal? Why do we need a Lokpal? The idea is simple. The idea was that in order to have corruption related cases solved, in order to ensure that we can actually solve corruption related issues, especially against those who are at the highest level. For example, ministers, for example, members of parliament, even the prime minister for that matter. So, for people who are working at a very high level, usually they are not held guilty, they are not really charged because most of the investigating authorities work under them only. So the idea was to have an independent office, have an independent officer that works independently and investigates into corruption charges of people even at the highest level. That is why the Lokpal came into the picture. Now, this Lokpal coming into the picture, remember, it is not the first time ever that you actually did not, or that you actually have the Lokpal. Lokpal has been demanded since the 1960s. Payal, yes, I can see your comments. So, Lokpal has been in demand since 1960s. However, the office of the Lokpal or the Lokpal was never appointed. Why was that? Why is it that it took such a long time to have a Lokpal appointed? Now let's look at this logically. What will the Lokpal do? The Lokpal will try to find a complaint against ministers. The Lokpal will try to find complaint with the members of parliament. Now tell me this. Why would the government, or why would the members of parliament for that matter, pass a law to make the Lokpal, and then the Lokpal will investigate into them only? Isn't that very odd? Just imagine MPs, ministers coming together in the parliament, passing a law, what to make a Lokpal? Why? So that the Lokpal can actually investigate against them. It is very odd. That is why, obviously, they would not want a Lokpal. This is why, for a long, long time, we just did not have a Lokpal. Again, the reason being very simple, that Lokpal would work against the government only, and the government does not want the Lokpal to work against them. That is why we did not have a Lokpal for a long, long time until we had this big agitation led by Anna Hazare, Arvind Kejriwal, and many other people. When this agitation started in Delhi, that we need a Lokpal, we have a Lokpal in 2013, the result was the government at that time, that is the Congress government, was anyways getting very infamous with the corruption cases. As I told you earlier, Vinod Rai, who was a CAG, was submitting a lot of reports asking or telling the government that it was corrupt. At that point of time, people across the country thought that the government is corrupt. Similarly, it was also a time that Congress only had about 6 months left. The Congress government that was in power knew that their tenure of 5 years will come to an end in May of 2014. So they thought only 6 months are over. Let us have this Lokpal. So they passed a Lokpal bill in 2013. In 2014, the president gave the assent. Now, When the president gave the assent in 2014, everyone across the country celebrated like it was going to make India the best country ever. People celebrated like not having a Lokpal was the only thing stopping India from becoming a superpower. So everyone thought that, oh, now that we have a Lokpal, now everything will improve. But that is not how it works. Just making one new office, just having one new post doesn't really mean that you will change a lot of things. The same case happened with the Lokpal. Now, please understand this. Lokpal bill passed in 2013. Lokpal bill given assent in 2014. But can you tell me when was India's first Lokpal appointed? Can you tell me the year? When was India's first Lokpal appointed? What year? What year was that? The year was, yes, 2019. The year was 2019. Now just imagine a Lokpal whose bill was passed and given the assent by the president in 2014. On the other hand, the Lokpal is being appointed in 2019. Now the question is, why is it that we have such a long gap between the two? This long gap between the two can be understood by understanding the reason why political parties do not want a Lokpal. Now, let's look at this story. Basically, the simple idea is, if you look at the committee that will appoint the Lokpal, or that will give the recommendation to the president to appoint the Lokpal, that committee, one of the members in the committee would be leader of opposition of the Lok Sabha. Again, let me repeat. One of the members of the appointing committee of the Lokpal would be the leader of opposition of the Lok Sabha. Now the problem starts here. As you know, in order to become the leader of opposition, or in order to have the leader of opposition, that political party must have at least 10% seats in Lok Sabha. You need to have at least 10% seats in the Lok Sabha. In other words, at least 55 seats in the Lok Sabha. Only if you have at least 55 seats in the Lok Sabha can you have a leader of the opposition. Now it starts the problem in 2014. In 2014, Congress was the single largest opposition party. But how many seats did the Congress get? Congress got only 44 seats in 2014. So officially, there was no leader of opposition. The government used this as an excuse. The government said, because there is no leader of the opposition, we cannot have the meeting, we cannot have the committee, so we cannot appoint the Lokpal. Now, as I said yesterday as well, when the political parties have a common plan, they will work together very easily. Similar was the case here as well. What was the common plan here? Over here, the plan was simple, that even the opposition members, that is the Congress, for example, even they did not want to have a Lokpal. So even the Congress did not force the government that no, you should have the Lokpal, because everyone was happy in the absence of the Lokpal. Now comes 2016. In 2016, there was a PIL filed in the Supreme Court. There was a PIL filed in the Supreme Court. Again, the question was, why is it that we do not have a Lokpal so far? Supreme Court was asked to intervene. What did the Supreme Court do? Supreme Court intervened. Supreme Court ordered the government to change the law. Supreme Court ordered the government to change the law. So in 2016, the law was changed. What was the change law? In 2016, what was the amendment? In 2016, the amendment was, if there is no leader of opposition, if there is no leader of opposition, then it will be replaced by the leader of single largest opposition party. In its place, we will have leader of single largest opposition party. That was the amendment in the law. That in the absence of a leader of opposition, we will have the leader of the single largest opposition party, meaning that the Supreme Court, which enforce this change in the law, would now mean that now committee can work, the Congress leader will come. Now the question again is, in 2016, the amendment was done, but even then it took 3 years to appoint the Lokpal. Now why this gap? Any idea? If the law was changed in 2016, then why again did you wait for so long to have the Lokpal? Any idea? Okay, search committee members, election. No, 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 not waiting for election. Okay, I'll tell you what happened. Now I'll tell you what happened. This again proves how BJP, Congress, or all parties work together when they really want to. So I'll tell you what happened. So in between, the BJP or the government, as you want to call them, they invited the members of the committee to have a meeting. They sent an invitation to the Congress. Okay, they sent an invitation to the Congress. The invitation said, sorry, the invitation said that we are inviting you as a special invitee. The BJP, the government of India, sent a letter to the Congress saying that we are inviting your leader as a special invitee to this committee so that we can appoint the Lokpal. Now what happened? Congress got very angry. No, we will not come. How dare you call us a special invitee? Because the word special invitee would mean that you are not originally a part of the committee. We are doing a favor to you by bringing you in the committee. We are doing a favor to you so that you can come into the committee. Otherwise, you don't deserve to be in the committee. That is the idea of a special invitee. So Congress said, no, we will not come. Congress said, we will come in the committee only if you say that you are inviting us as the leader of opposition. Otherwise, we will not come. What did the BJP say? Obviously, they will not accept it. They said, no, you are not the leader of opposition. If you have to come, come on a special invitee. Otherwise, don't come. This started or this continued for 2 more years. Just imagine. For 2 more years, we did not have a meeting. One side saying, no, I don't like the name. Other side saying, I will not change the name. And this continued for 2 more years till 2018. Again in 2018, the Supreme Court intervened. Again, the Supreme Court said, what exactly is happening between you two? We want the Lokpal have a meeting. After Supreme Court once again intervened in 2018, finally we had the Lokpal meeting. Finally, the committee was appointed and we finally got a Lokpal. So again, you can see how the political parties, when they really want to work together to avoid something from happening, they have a lot of ways to work together. If they don't want to work together, they have ways of doing that as well. So this is the example of how the parties work together. You don't have to remember this entire story, but this is just to prove and give you an idea how exactly and why exactly is it that Lokpal was so delayed. Now, Lokpal is not just a one-member body. The name might seem like a single member, but it's actually a multi-member body. It has a chairman, chairperson, and maximum of 8 other members. That is maximum of 8. Out of these 8, maximum 4 can be judicial members and other maximum 50% will be non-judicial members. Now, what do you mean by judicial members? Judicial members means having background of judiciary, judges. Non-judicial obviously would be civil servants. Also, the law says out of the 8 members in total, including judicial and non-judicial, out of these 8, at least 4, at least half of the members have to be from SC, ST, OBC, minority or women. Who are these 4? Doesn't matter. They can be mix of judicial, non-judicial, only one, doesn't matter. But at least 4 of the total members should be from SC, ST, OBC or women. Now let's talk about their qualifications. Who can become the Lokpal and who cannot? India's first Lokpal was Mr. P.C. Ghosh or Justice P.C. Ghosh. As you can see, Pinaki Chandra Ghosh. He is a retired Supreme Court judge. In order to become the Lokpal chairperson, either you have to be a former Chief Justice of India, or you have to be a former Supreme Court judge, or you have to be a Superman, basically. 25 years of experience in anti-corruption policy, public administration, vigilance, finance, insurance, banking, law, management, so on and so forth. And either you have 25 years of experience here, or you are a former Supreme Court Chief Justice, or you are a former Supreme Court judge. The first ever Lokpal, that is, as I said, PC Ghosh, got the Lokpal post because he was a retired judge of the Supreme Court. Or otherwise, as I said, you have this 25 years of experience in all these things. Just give me a moment, guys. Just a second. Yep, sorry for that. Sorry for that. So as I said, this is the qualification criteria. This is the criteria to become the chairperson. How to become the chairperson of the Lokpal. Now, apart from that, what about the members? Let's first talk about the judicial members. Judicial members either have to be retired Chief Supreme Court judge or former Chief Justice of the High Court. Either you be a former Supreme Court judge or you be a former Chief Justice of the High Court. This is the qualification of a retired member. On the other hand, to be a non-judicial member, again the same experience, 25 years of experience in these matters. Basically, in short, what they mean to say is civil servants. So the judicial members have to be either retired Supreme Court judges or retired Chief Justice of the High Court, and non-judicial members have to have 25 years of experience in public policy, administration, banking, etc. Right now, these are the members of the Lokpal. So the current situation is PC Ghosh, Pinaki Chandra Ghosh, India's first Lokpal, has retired already many months ago. And for many months, India does not have a full-time Lokpal. Out of these 6 members, Mr. or Justice Pradeep Kumar Mohanty, PK Mohanty, he is the acting chairperson right now for many months. For many months, he has been acting as the acting chairperson of the Lokpal. He is not the head of the Lokpal. There is no permanent head right now. Right now, we only have a total of 6. Out of these, as you can see, 2 are from the judiciary, 4 are from the non-judicial members. That is, we have the former Chief Secretary of Maharashtra, we have other officers as well. This is how the Lokpal is composed right now. Again, just like the other organizations like the CIC, etc. Again, you will see vacancies here as well. So this is a very common kind of a pattern in the government. Vacancies in the government offices, usually the post not being filled properly. All these are usually common occurrences. Now, why is it that we don't have a Lokpal for such a long time? Because it is not the priority of the government, as simple as that. Tomorrow, if you start saying as a common person that I would go ahead and vote only and only when the government appoints a Lokpal, then the government will already be appointing a Lokpal, because people have forgotten about a Lokpal. It was cool to talk about Lokpal 10 years ago. Now everyone has forgotten. So now government has also forgotten. Government also does not really care about that. So we don't have a full-time Lokpal for a long, long time now. Now, how is it appointed? What is the appointment procedure? The appointment of the Lokpal is done by the President of India on the recommendation of this committee. This committee has 5 members. We have the Prime Minister as the head of the committee, the Lok Sabha Speaker, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, Chief Justice of India or a Supreme Court judge, one of the two, and an eminent jurist. I hope all of you know who is a jurist. Jurist is a person who has a lot of knowledge in the field of law, but he or she is not a lawyer or a judge. For example, let's say professors who teach in the law universities, people who have done PhD in law, people who do research on law, etc. Those are called jurists. Person having a lot of knowledge of law, but not a lawyer, not a judge, that would be called a jurist. So these 5 people, they take a call, they decide, they give a name to the President of India, and thus the President of India appoints the Lokpal. Now I'll tell you something else as well. When we had our first Lokpal, because India so far has only had one Lokpal full-time, Mr. PC Ghosh. When he was appointed, government made one more committee that was called the Search Committee. When the government first decided of having a Lokpal, they also made a search committee. What was the search committee? Search committee is not written in the law, but it was an informal committee formed to shortlist some names and give it to the government. To shortlist some names so that the government can decide from those names. That was basically the search committee. As I said, search committee is not a part of the law. What I mean to say is, the law does not say that there will have to be a search committee. Just that when the first time ever the Lokpal was appointed, we had the search committee. Maybe when the second time we have a Lokpal, we might have it again. But right now, the law only talks about the selection committee and not really the search committee. They have a tenure of 5 years. They'll work till 70 years of age. Their salary, allowances, etc. has been kept similar to the Supreme Court judges. Lokpal gets a salary equal to Chief Justice of India. Other members get a salary equivalent to the judges of the Supreme Court. That is how the Lokpal earns the money. Usually, the UPSC will never ask you about salary, etc. So you don't have to focus a lot on that. I've been telling you since day one of governance, removal process for Lokpal is the same as UPSC members. It's the same as CIC, CVC also that we will study tomorrow, NHRC. All of these have the same removal process. I told you about that as well. If you want to see the detailed version of the removal, it is written in the very first module when we were discussing about RTI and Central Information Commission. So the same thing, President will refer the matter to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court will conduct an inquiry. Supreme Court will see if the person is guilty or not, if he is insolvent, if he has taken up some other employment outside office, if there's a corruption case, etc. And then the removal will happen. So the same manner would be for the removal. Now, the interesting question is, who are under the jurisdiction of the Lokpal? In other words, the Lokpal can investigate matter and can accept complaints against whom exactly? So they can accept complaints against the Prime Minister under certain conditions, and we'll discuss those conditions. See, when the Lokpal bill was made, the biggest debate about the Lokpal bill, biggest debate about the version that Anna Hazare and his team wanted and what the government wanted. Anna Hazare and his team, who were protesting to have a Lokpal bill, they demanded that we need a very strict law. So strict that they demanded that the Lokpal should be allowed even to investigate cases against the Prime Minister of India as well. Obviously, the government did not want that. Obviously, the government did not want this to be the condition. They did not want the Prime Minister to come under that. So there was a kind of a compromise that was made. The compromise between the government and the agitators who were agitating, the compromise was simple. Okay, we will have the Prime Minister under the Lokpal, but only in certain conditions. Meaning that Prime Minister's decisions only in certain cases can be investigated by the Lokpal, other cases no. And I'll tell you later on what are those cases. All the ministers can also be investigated by the Lokpal. Members of parliament can be investigated. Group A, B, C, D officials can also be. I hope you know what is Group A, B, C, D. So basically, when you join the government servants or government officers are clubbed in different groups. Group A means the highest. So if you join as a civil servant, IAS, IPS, IRS officer, IFS officer, you will be a part of Group A. Remember, you call these gazetted officers. You would have seen this word. You want the stamp of the gazetted officer. You want the sign of the gazetted officer. So Group A officer, gazetted officers basically. Then we have Group B, slightly lower. Then we have Group C, Group D, etc. So Group A, B, C, D officers are all covered under the Lokpal. Any person in charge of, as a director, manager, secretary of any organization set up by the government, set up by the central government, or is financed by the central government. The central government has made some organization, government of India is handling the finances of it. That organization, their people can also be investigated by the Lokpal. Then we also have different benches of Lokpal. Now, what does it mean? See, you know how the Supreme Court works. Supreme Court, for example, has a total of 34 judges. Supreme Court has a total of 34 judges. So there is Chief Justice of India and 33 others. They do not listen to a case altogether. So it's not that 34 judges together will decide a case. No. For example, 5 judges will hear one case, 3 judges will be hearing some other case, 7 will be hearing some other case, 3 will be hearing some other case, 2 might be hearing some other case. That is how it works. So at one point of time in the Supreme Court, there are multiple cases being heard by multiple benches. These are called benches. These are benches of the Supreme Court. Similarly, Lokpal also works in a similar manner. One chairman and 8 other members of Lokpal, they will never sit together to hear a case. There will be different teams, shorter teams, benches, etc. of the Lokpal. For example, one bench will have a chairperson and will have 2 or more members. Every bench should have at least half of the judicial members. So in any bench, we have to have at least half of the judicial members. Apart from that, if a bench has the Lokpal chairperson, that is the Lokpal himself as a member, he will automatically become the head of the bench. Otherwise, any bench of the Lokpal can only be headed by a judicial member. Remember this. So in simple terms, no bench of the Lokpal can be headed by a non-judicial member. Only a judicial member or the Lokpal chairperson himself or herself has the power to become the head of the Lokpal bench. We cannot have a non-judicial member as the head of the Lokpal bench. There are some powers, important powers given to the Lokpal. When you register, and I will show you how can you register a complaint against Lokpal to the Lokpal as well. But just to show you what happens when you file a complaint to the Lokpal. So Lokpal has its own inquiry wing. Lokpal has its own inquiry. See, there's a difference between inquiry and investigation. There's a difference between inquiry and investigation. Let's say you file a complaint against someone. The very basic things, asking for more information, trying to see more evidence, that is called inquiry. So Lokpal has its own inquiry wing. If you file a complaint, it'll try and see some proof, some video recording, etc. Beyond that, if they really want to investigate the matter, Lokpal has to give the case to the CBI. Lokpal does not have their own investigative agency. It's not that some police officers are given to Lokpal that they will work for you. No, nothing like that. Lokpal is dependent upon the CBI to investigate the matter. So basically what happens, Lokpal gives a case to the CBI. An officer is appointed in the CBI. That investigating officer at that time cannot be transferred without the approval of the Lokpal. So if there is a CBI officer, he or she cannot be transferred without the permission of the Lokpal if they are hearing a matter that the Lokpal has given to them. Guys, just give me one moment. Just one moment. Don't go anywhere. Just one moment. Yes, sorry for that, guys. Sorry for that. So, as I said, when you file a complaint to the Lokpal, the first thing that they will do is have a basic inquiry. If in the basic inquiry they find something, great. If they don't find something, then they will have to ask the CBI to conduct the inquiry. CBI will then see if an inquiry can be done or not. The CBI officer who is given the responsibility to go on and conduct the investigation, that CBI officer cannot be transferred without the permission of the Lokpal. Without the approval of the Lokpal, you cannot transfer the CBI officer that is looking into the Lokpal case. Not just this, CBI also can be given the power to search any premise if the Lokpal thinks there is a problem there. And the Lokpal can also ask the CBI to seize some properties if they think that the properties have been acquired by illegal means. All of these are the powers of the Lokpal. Lokpal also can confiscate asset. So if you have asset, proceed means revenue or money. So if you have earned money, revenue, etc., that seems to be from illegal means, all of that will be confiscated by the Lokpal. The Lokpal even has the power to recommend transfer, suspend public officials if they are involved in corruption. Now, this is where there's a big debate. See, the most important word in this point is recommend. The most important word is recommend. Now, what do you mean by recommend? Recommend means you cannot force this. Lokpal can only recommend, means can only advise to the government. Can you transfer? Can you suspend this officer? Why? Because they are not doing their job properly. That is called recommend. Any recommendation is never binding on the government. Any recommendation is never binding on the government. This works against the power of the Lokpal. So this Anna Hazare, all these people who were demanding a Lokpal, they were demanding that Lokpal should have the power to straight away dismiss the officers, to straight away suspend the officers. But the governments never wanted that. See, no government would want to give away its power to suspend or control the officers. Every government at the end of the day would want to keep this power with themselves. Otherwise, this power will, or coming to government, will not be of any use. That is why the government may or may not decide on the recommendation, but the recommendation is never binding on the government. Also, Lokpal has the power to give directions to prevent destruction of records as well, meaning that let's say an investigation is going on in a case that Lokpal has. To investigate that case, there are some documents, there are some evidences. You cannot destroy those. Those cannot be destroyed until the Lokpal gives a permission for that. All these are the powers of the Lokpal that have been given to them to make them much more powerful. Now, the question here is, how do you file a complaint to the Lokpal? If you want to, the good part is, and we will discuss this later on when we discuss e-governance and government initiatives. The good part is, right now, most of the initiatives of the government, right now, most of the portals of the government are operational. So for a lot of government initiatives, a lot of complaints, etc., you can all do it online. We saw the RTI portal, how the RTI portal works. You can file the RTI online. Similar is the case with Lokpal as well. You search for Lokpal online and you will get this portal in which you can go ahead and file a complaint to the Lokpal. Now, if you see there, it also tells you against whom can you file a complaint. So it tells you, for example, any person who is or who has been a prime minister. Any person who is the prime minister or was a prime minister earlier. Any person who is or was a minister. Any person who is or was a member of parliament. So it means that you can file a complaint even against those people who were at this post earlier, who are not at the post right now. Even against them, you can file a complaint. Now, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. Uh, can you file a complaint to the Lokpal against Dr. Manmohan Singh when he was the Prime Minister? Can you file a complaint to the Lokpal against Dr. Manmohan Singh when he was a Prime Minister? Okay, many people are saying yes, some people are saying no. A lot of you are saying yes. Okay. Some are saying no. Don't give me the answer depending upon your liking or disliking for Congress or disliking for the BJP. Give me the answer thinking about how the law works. I'm not saying whether you like Congress or Manmohan Singh or not, whether you can or you cannot. That is what the question is. Okay. Okay. Those who are saying no, why are you saying no? Let me ask those. Those who are saying no, what is your reason for saying no? Why can you not? Why can you not? Okay, Lokpal is not established. Okay, PM not included. PM is included. Okay, I'll tell you. I'll tell you why. So the law says you can only file a complaint about what happened 7 years ago. That is the cutoff. You can only file a complaint about what happened 7 years ago. So if you are talking about today, 21st June 2023, go back 7 years, who was the Prime Minister? We had the same Prime Minister. So basically, the other Prime Ministers are now gone. So you can only file a complaint against anyone for what happened in the last 7 years and not older than that. That is where the cutoff is. So no, you cannot file a complaint against Dr. Manmohan Singh, not because of Congress, BJP, but because of the time period. Now, this photo or this snapshot also tells you other things as well. For example, if you see clearly, it also tells you under what circumstances can you file a complaint against the Prime Minister. See this. It says what is excluded. International relations, you cannot file a complaint against the Prime Minister. Internal, external security of India, you cannot file a complaint against the Prime Minister. Public order, you cannot file a complaint against the Prime Minister. Atomic energy, space, in all these matters, if there was a decision taken by the Prime Minister, you cannot ask that decision to be investigated. Apart from this, if there are some decisions that may be investigated, but these decisions of the Prime Minister will not be investigated. Now, Lokpal also has a lot of limitations. First big limitation, as I told you just now, you get only 7 years. So from today, you can only file a complaint to what happened till 7 years ago, not before that, doesn't matter what happened. Now, if you ask me, sir, but what if something wrong happened before that? Then go to the court. The courts, the other police, etc., they're always open. It's not that without the Lokpal, you don't have anything. For the Lokpal, you have this 7-year time period. Then, no protection to the whistleblowers. Now, what do you mean by that? Whistleblowers are those who file the complaint. Whistleblower are those who say that I saw a corruption case, I want to bring it to the picture, I want to bring it to the public eye. Now, the problem is, as per the law, listen to this very carefully, as per the law, there is no protection given to the whistleblowers. Meaning that if you file a complaint against someone on the Lokpal portal, the law does not protect your identity. The law does not say that if you file a complaint, your identity will not be revealed. That becomes a problem. See, when you are filing a complaint against powerful people, filing a complaint against members of parliament, filing a complaint against the minister, these are all very powerful people. You know that they will get to know your name if they really want to. So you want all the protection, right? The problem is in the Lokpal Act, there is no protection given to the whistleblowers. We will discuss about CVC tomorrow. In tomorrow's class, we will be discussing about Central Vigilance Commission. When you file a complaint to Central Vigilance Commission, then you are protected under the Whistleblower Protection Act. Then your identity will not be revealed. But for Lokpal law, the law doesn't say that your identity will not be revealed. That is a big problem. Other limitation, judiciary is not under the Lokpal. So Lokpal cannot have any investigation against the judiciary. That also is a big problem. We cannot assume that judges or judiciary is above corruption or they will always be unbiased. There may be corruption in case of judiciary as well. There may be corruption in other cases as well. But for judiciary, the Lokpal cannot conduct any investigation. Also, Lokpal cannot conduct inquiry against itself. Cannot conduct or would not want to conduct or whatever you want to say. But the law doesn't allow that Lokpal will conduct an inquiry against themselves. All these are limitations that the office of the Lokpal still has, and they have not been corrected so far. Now, someone also asked me in the chat, sir, can you give me an example of a case that Lokpal has solved? Unfortunately, I cannot because ever since Lokpal has been formed, almost no important case has been solved by them. You will never hear in the news, oh, Lokpal has done this. Wow. It has just not happened. See, when India was protesting for a Lokpal bill, everyone thought that Lokpal will be the game changer. Everyone thought once the Lokpal comes into picture, nothing can stop India from becoming the best country in the world. Nothing can stop India from becoming the most important country in the world. But that has just not happened. Lokpal, after all these years, has still remained an authority which has filed almost zero cases have been solved by them. Almost no important case has come to light where big public officials have been investigated. Now, it can mean one of the two things. Either it can mean we are living in such an ideal situation that corruption is zero in India. Either it means that we have such a great time right now that there is zero corruption. You can sleep on the road, nothing will happen. You can open your door, open your gate, leave your lock, leave your house unlocked, nothing will happen. Go anywhere, everything will happen without any bribe. But as far as my limited understanding is concerned, I don't think that is true. So if that is not true, then what is the other option? The other alternative is maybe Lokpal is not doing their job properly. It has to be one of the two, right? Either you are living in a world where no corruption exists, or corruption does exist, but you are not able to find it out. So there has to be one of the two. So Lokpal has been a non-starter. There has been a lot of criticism of it. Lokpal fails to prosecute almost anyone in nearly 3 years. Now, what is the issue with it? The issue with this is that when you have a situation where you have this Lokpal, you're giving them, see, these people, Lokpal, etc., get a pretty high salary. All this salary, all these incentive, bonuses, security, bungalow, etc., all that is going to waste. You have to be efficient about how you use the government's money. Then RN is saying sleeping on the road, please be careful about Mr. SK. Mr. SK does a lot of charity, so even if he does something to me on the road, I'm sure nothing will happen to him. Don't worry. Your superstar will be saved. He does a lot of charity anyway. I know he runs a lot of t-shirt, etc. So don't worry. If something happens to me on the road, your superstar will be saved. Okay, let's go ahead then. So basically, as I said, no impact has been made from the Lokpal. Nothing really has happened from the Lokpal. And see, there are two things to consider here. Either you can say, oh, government is not doing this, government is not doing that. But the problem here is, and I've said this again and again, people get the government they deserve. As simple as that. If you really want a strong Lokpal, start asking the government, start telling them, I will only give you vote if you give me a strong Lokpal. And automatically they will change. Until the people change, you can't expect the government to change. Why would they change? If everything is running fine, they are getting the votes, they are running the government properly, why would anyone change? So rather than criticizing the government, the change has to start from you. You all would have heard of this gentleman, very famous / infamous gentleman, Ashok Khemka. You have read about him, you have heard about him, right? See the kind of tweets he does. So this is again an example, a suggestion to you. As I said, governance classes are more than just for exam. I'm teaching you how to be a good IAS officer. If you don't want more than 50 transfers, don't write these kind of tweets. Okay? So that's again a suggestion for you. As you can see the tweet, with CVC, ECIC, Lokpal, everyone would be shivering, no corruption, but has it happened? How many corrupts have been convicted? Nothing really has. And he's actually true. He's actually telling the truth. And that is a big issue. Now comes another important issue, the most debatable issue about the Lokpal, Prime Minister under the Lokpal or not. As I told you, when the Lokpal bill was being passed, when all the discussion, the debate was going on, the big part of the debate was whether the Prime Minister should be under the Lokpal or not. In other words, whether Lokpal would have the power to investigate the Prime Minister or not. The solution was a kind of a compromise. Lokpal will not inquire the Prime Minister in most cases, as we discussed, atomic energy, space, international relations, public order, etc. But if in other cases the Prime Minister has to be investigated, then there are some very strict conditions that have been made. What are those strict conditions? First strict condition: even before the inquiry against the Prime Minister begins, the entire Lokpal will have to sit together. So chairman and all the members have to sit together. First, vote to decide whether we will have an inquiry against the Prime Minister or not. Again, let me repeat. Even to start the inquiry, they first will all sit together, vote on whether they think inquiry against the Prime Minister should happen or not. At least 2/3 of the members have to say yes for the inquiry to start. At least 2/3 of the total members and the chairman included. If at least 2/3 of them say yes, only and only then you can start the inquiry against the Prime Minister. You can start the investigation against the Prime Minister. If you decide that yes, we will have an inquiry against the Prime Minister, if 2/3 members say yes, even then there are very strict conditions. First strict condition: such inquiries will be done in camera, not in private. So it will all be recorded in the camera. It's not that you can have an inquiry in private. Not just this. If after the inquiry is over, it was found out that PM is not guilty, he did not do anything wrong, then all the records of the inquiry will be erased. The records of the inquiry, what happened in the inquiry, will never be made public. So you cannot file an RTI tomorrow asking what happened, how was the inquiry, how was the investigation, I want to know. No, nothing like that. Spend your 10 rupees somewhere else. Don't spend your 10 rupees here. Okay? So you cannot ask for any details of the inquiry. If the charges are found to be false, it will never be published, not made open to the public. It will just go on and be a secret. Now, just like we have the Lokpal at the center government level, we also have the Lokayukt at the state government level. So listen to this very, very carefully. The Lokpal works at the center, Lokayuktas work at the state level. From the examination point of view, Lokayuktas are not very important. Let me repeat. From the examination point of view, Lokayuktas are not that important. Lokpals is more important. Why am I saying this? Because in India, every state has its different Lokayukt. And the laws of Lokayukt in many states are very different from each other. When you have a law which is different from different states, this is usually never asked by the UPSC. For example, Maharashtra had a Lokayukt, the first state in India to have a Lokayukt, as back as in 1971. Odisha had passed a law in 1970. So many states in India already had a Lokayukt much before the Lokpal Act was anyways passed. Those who did not have a Lokayukt made a Lokayukt afterwards, after the Lokpal Act was passed. As I said, different states have a different type of a Lokayukt, so you don't have to remember all of those. Whenever any law is different for different states, you can ignore that. You can focus only on the central law. Like for example, in states such as Assam, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, they have appointed an Up-Lokayukt also, like a deputy Lokayukt. So they have a Lokayukt and a deputy Lokayukt as well. Other states only have a Lokayukt, like Tamil Nadu, Punjab, West Bengal, Bihar. They only have a Lokayukt. Difference. Second difference, appointment is usually the same way. Mostly the Lokayukts are appointed by the governors only on the recommendation of certain committees. The committees may be different for different state, but usually it is the same committee. So usually the same kind of a committee appoints or recommends to the governor to appoint. Then qualifications are also different in different states. You don't have to remember. In some state, they have judicial qualifications. For example, retired high court judge, etc., only can become the Lokayukt. But in most other states, there is no specific qualifications. So there are different qualifications in different states, but usually they might not even have a qualification. Again, different. Tenure is usually similar. 5 years of tenure in every state, almost every state. 65 years being the retirement age. Again, they can be different also depending upon that state government's law. The process of investigation also is different. For example, in some states, you can give the power, the Lokayukt, the power to start investigation suo moto as well, means by itself. While in other states, they can only start investigation if they receive a complaint. Some states allow investigation suo moto, and some other states do not allow suo moto. They ask the Lokayukt to wait for a complaint. If a complaint has been filed, only then they can start the investigation. Also, what kind of cases can be covered is different. For example, in case of UP, Bihar, etc., Lokayukt can cover grievances and allegations of corruption both. Now, what is the difference? Let's try and understand. Allegation of corruption, as you know, as we have been discussing, government officer asking for a bribe, money exchange, that is allegation of corruption. That is fine. But in some states, Lokayukt can also take up complaints of grievances. What is grievance? Let's say you have a complaint against the government. Like, your water bill is very high, your phone bill is very high, electricity bill is very high, you are not getting your driving license, there's a delay in government service. So these grievances also in certain states can be registered with the Lokayukt, but not in all states. Most other states only allow the Lokayukt to investigate corruption and not grievances. So it depends on state to state how they go forward. Now, I would like to give you two very interesting examples, we are coming towards the end of it. I would like to give you two very interesting examples. These are stories about Lokayukta so that you can learn from that. I'll give you first example of Kerala. Now, Kerala was one of the states that appointed a Lokayukt a long time back. In fact, Kerala, made their Lokayukt very, very, very powerful. They made their Lokayukt very, very, very powerful. How powerful? In Kerala, the Lokayukt has the power to even dismiss a government servant. They can even dismiss a government servant if they are found to be guilty. Not just recommend to the government, they themselves can dismiss that, no, you have to be removed from the job. So what happened was, a few months back, Kerala Lokayukt dismissed the higher education minister of Kerala. Higher education minister of Kerala was dismissed. There were some allegations of corruption against him. So Kerala thought, oh, good, we are setting an example for everyone. But then what happened? Then the Lokayukt started an investigation against the Kerala chief minister. They started investigation against the Kerala chief minister. There was some allegation. Now chief minister got really worried. He thought he has already removed one of my ministers. I don't want to be removed by him. So Kerala government introduced an ordinance to change the power of the Lokayukt. They introduced an ordinance to change the power of the Lokayukt. They said that no, Lokayukt cannot have this much power. Why? They said, and this is all true, the government of Kerala said, this law is against the Constitution of India. Why? They said that only governor can dismiss ministers. If you look at the Constitution, only governor can dismiss the ministers. So they said this is against the Constitution, so we are removing this law. But someone reminded them, sir, but your government only had introduced the law some years back. So now you are the ones who introduced the law. You are saying it is unconstitutional now because it is about to harm you, it is about to hurt you. But this, as my friends say, this is politics. That is how politics works. You do something, trying to set an example, hoping that people will like it, hoping that people will love it, and then it falls back on you. Then you have no option but to change that. So Kerala government, in a very hurried manner, introduced an ordinance to cut down on the powers of the Lokayukta. So now Kerala Lokayukt does not have the powers to dismiss a government servant. Now they can only suggest to the government, they cannot dismiss. Kerala wanted to set an example, but something else actually happened. Also, Supreme Court has been angry that many states in India do not have a Lokayukt for a long time. In 2018, the Supreme Court said multiple states in India like Jammu Kashmir, Meghalaya, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, all of them do not have a Lokayukt for a long time. Supreme Court ordered them that why are you not appointing a Lokayukt? You have to do that. Now I'll give you one more example. This example is Uttar Pradesh, whatever you want to call it. So Uttar Pradesh, again, is a very interesting case study. So what happened was Uttar Pradesh had a Lokayukt. Their problem was opposite to Kerala. The problem was Uttar Pradesh government lied their Lokayukt so much that they just did not want to remove him. So the Lokayukt of Uttar Pradesh completed 5 years. The law says they cannot be reappointed, but the government did not change him. They just kept on continuing with the same person, Why? Because the government of Uttar Pradesh thought that he is working in our favor. Why to remove him? Matter went to Supreme Court that they are not changing, her tenure is over. Supreme Court gave them a warning, that still did not do anything. Finally, Supreme Court said enough is enough. Supreme Court in 2015 said, okay, then we will appoint a Lokayukt if you cannot appoint the Lokayukt. So in 2015, the Supreme Court appointed a new Lokayukt for UP using its powers under Article 142. How? Lokayukt is to be appointed by the governor of the state. That is the law. The governor appoints the Lokayukt. But in this case, since the governor was not appointing the Lokayukt, since the UP government was not interested in doing that, the Supreme Court had to use its immense powers under Article 142 to appoint the Lokayukt. So there are different states, different examples of how the Lokayukt has worked. As I said, these are different for different states. So rather than focusing a lot on individual states, I would just advise you to focus on the Lokpal rather than the Lokayukt. That is not really relevant. That will not really be asked. This brings us to the end of today's class. We have some time remaining. I first have a quiz for you. Let's see if you answer these questions. Then I'll take your doubts as well. This is your first question for the quiz. Read this carefully and I'll give you your timers. Let me know once you have read this. Done? Abatement means supporting. Abatement means when you support something, supporting. Okay? Let's start the timer then. Read both the statements carefully. Ten more seconds to go. And your time is up. 52% people got this right. This is C. Both these statements are correct. First statement, the law provides for penalties in relation to corruption by public servants and also Those who are involved in abatement means supporting that act of corruption. Those who are a part of this, they will also be punished. Amendment of 2018 criminalize both bribe taking and bribe giving by any person. We had discussed about this. So both these statements are correct. Next is the second statement. Let's see if you can solve this. Read this carefully. Let me know once you have read this. Done? Okay. The time has started. Ten more seconds. %25 people only gave the correct answer. This is actually C. All these three are correct. First, see, I think the confusion is with the first statement, right? Most of you thought that this is wrong. Now, please understand, the term Lokpal was actually coined by Dr. L.M. Singhvi. Now, I know where the confusion is. I'll take you back. Don't worry. Just give me a moment. I'll take you back to where the confusion was. So, I'm sure the confusion is with this statement, right? Many people thought this is Ashok Kumar Sen. Now, please remember, the question is who coined the term that this office will be called the Lokpal? That was L.M. Singhvi, very famous Congress leader. If you remember, I don't know how many of you have you heard a name called Abhishek Manu Singhvi? Have you heard a name, Abhishek Manu Singhvi? Abhishek Manu Singhvi is a very senior Congress leader, also a very famous Supreme Court lawyer. So Abhishek Manu Singhvi is a very famous Supreme Court lawyer. He's in the Congress. L.M. Singhvi was his father. So Dr. L.M. Singhvi was his father, again prominent lawyer and also member of the Congress. In the 1960s, he coined the term that we should call this office or this post as Lokpal. So first proposal to pass the law was by Ashok Kumar Sen, but the word Lokpal or Lokayuktas were coined by L.M. Singhvi. So do remember that. That is where the confusion was, I think. Okay. So first is correct. Second is also, I think the second, third, most of you would have gotten this right. Second, it is a statutory body and not constitutional. Absolutely right. This is a statutory body. It has been made through an act of the parliament. It does not have a constitutional status. The constitution does not mention anything about the Lokpal. Third statement, the Lokpal does not have jurisdiction over ministers or members of parliament in the matter of anything said in the parliament or a vote given there. Yes, you would have read when you talk about the legislative privileges or individual privileges of the members of parliament. One of the privileges of the members of parliament is whatever they say within the parliament, how they vote within the parliament cannot be questioned, not by the judiciary and not even by the Lokpal. So you cannot have questions over that. That is an individual privilege that has been given to the members of parliament. Okay, moving on to the last question for today's quiz. It doesn't have options. So again, for this also consider the same options. A, only one statement is correct. Only one of them basically is correct. Consider the same options. B, only two statements are correct. C, all three statements are correct. And D, none of the statements is correct. Okay. I'll switch off my camera also so that you can read it properly. You can read it now. Let me know once you've read this. Done? Should we start? Okay, let me start your time. Fifteen more seconds. And your time is up. 37% people got this right. All of these are true. Let's look at this. First statement. It covers bribe giving commercial organizations. We did discuss that now corporates, etc., if they give a bribe, they will also be punished. But charitable institutions, as the name says, for charity, they are not covered under this. That is also a loophole. So charitable institutions are out of it. Second, we did discuss about the 7 day time period. If you are being forced to give a bribe, you have to report within 7 days. If you report within 7 days, you are fine, you are safe. Third, we also discussed if you are a retired official, you are being protected by the government. How? If you are a retired official, against you, the investigation has to go on or prosecution has to be done. For that, for prosecution also, that has to be with the prior approval of the government. Montu, I never said charity is also under bribery. When did I say that? No, I never said that. 1, 2, and 3, all these three given statements are true. The answer here has to be C. This brings us to the end, slightly earlier end of today's class. Let me first show you the leaderboard and then I'll answer some of your questions. Here is the leaderboard that you see right here in front of you. 15 people answered all three questions correctly. Let's see who these are. Roshni, Kausar, Akansha, Satya, Mrugna, Moreshwar, Arpita, Niranjan, Abhishek, Harshit, Supangnaklu, Payal, Vivek, Shobna, and Chopade Ketki. Perfect. Thank you so much, guys. All the very best. If you have some questions, I will be happy to take those. Others, if you don't have any questions, you are free to leave. In case you are leaving, please come back at the same time. Okay. I have a question from Simranpreet. Sir said we can't file a case against Manmohan Singh, but he has been the CM of India. Why? Simranpreet, I think you did not hear the entire thing that I said. You can file a case in the Lokpal only about what happened in the last 7 years. So for the last 7 years, Dr. Manmohan Singh was not the Prime Minister. That is why you cannot file a case against him. Nothing in favor of him or against him, does the law. Then I have a question from Nilesh. What is the meaning of so many acts relating to corruption if there is no change in the position relating to corruption? Nilesh, how can I answer that? There is corruption not in my hands alone to stop it. But yes, change will start when you start demanding it from the government. As simple as that. Jaswant is saying, can you please say the trick to differentiate between simple and special majority? There is no trick. Simple majority means 50%, special means two-thirds. That is the only trick. If you want the difference between 50% and two-thirds, I don't know, maybe remember that. Okay. Um, okay, I have a question from Sunita. Sunita has a question: difference between suspended, removed, and dismissed. So I'll tell you the difference between the three. So basically, the difference is suspended means you are temporarily out of the job. Investigation is going on. Till that time, you cannot work. You will get half of the salary. That is called suspended. You will come back when the investigation, etc., is over. Removed means you are removed from the job, but you can apply again to the same position, go through the entire process, you can come back. Dismissed means you can remove and you can't get the same job again. You can't get the same job again. That is called dismissed. So your career is over in that. Removed, you are removed, but you can come back later on for after some time. But dismissed means you are gone. Then Vishal is saying, can you explain statement 1 of question 1? Bribe giving is also involved in abatement. Yes or no? Yes, he is. Anyone who is supporting or making sure that this corruption or bribe giving happens will also be charged. So anyone abetting this will also be charged. Priyanka is saying, does Lokpal questions come in the prelims? They can, Priyanka. Lokpal questions can very well come in the prelims. Satyam Singh, does Lokpal and Lokayukt have power against its contempt? No, unfortunately not. They don't have powers against their contempt. Only the judiciary has power. High judiciary is the only one that has powers against their contempt. Janvi is saying difference between inquiry and investigation. So as I said, inquiry is just preliminary. Ask some people here, some people there, see if you can get to know more information, collecting more information. Investigation means next step. Investigation means you are going ahead investigating the case properly, having scientific evidences. So investigation is a higher stage, inquiry is a lower stage. Then Jaswant, I would appreciate if you don't copy paste the same question time and time again. I don't have a trick. So if trick is your question, I don't have a trick. The trick is to remember. The more times you read, the more times you will remember. As simple as that. Janvi is saying a single judge can't decide a case in Supreme Court. No, Janvi. The law is any Supreme Court case has to be heard by at least two judges. So the law is any judgment given by a single judge of Supreme Court is not valid. Supreme Court judgments have to be at least two judges, not one, not allowed. In High Court, you can have a single judge. Lower court, obviously, you have a single judge. Supreme Court's not allowed. Pawan is saying how to practice governance means question. Pawan, just like to practice other subjects, you have practice questions in the PPTs, write answers, submit to IASlive at byju's.com. Simple. Then I have a question. PM is found guilty. What is the provision to punish the PM? Found guilty, then depends upon what law has he broken. Whatever law has he broken, whatever the punishment is, that punishment will be given. Simple. Nothing exceptional. Priyanka saying, what will you be doing enough in class is enough for UPSC with current affairs? Yes, Priyanka. If some new development comes in later on, if you're giving the exam, let's say after 2-3 years, some new things have come up, then you have to keep a track yourself. Whatever has happened till now, you would see it covered in the class. I'm not sure why questions on polity are coming. Let's focus more on what we are studying here, governance topics. Polity questions can come in later. Gocharan is saying, what if Lokpal himself is corrupt? Then go to the police. Who's stopping you to go to the police? See, just because Lokpal has come in doesn't mean that before Lokpal we did not have anything. Go to the police. Go to and file a case in the court. I have already said Lokpal does not have the power of contempt. Guys, understand something. When you're asking your question, you have to listen to the answers given to the other questions as well. Because maybe the question that you're asking, I've already answered that. So if when you're asking a question, don't just be busy in typing. Listen also to what I'm trying to say, because most of your answers I've already given to other people's questions. So it is the same. Subhash is saying, Subhash is saying, Lokpal time limit is 7 years ago. What happens if then Prime Minister and the present Prime Minister both are the same person? Then you can take action. I'm not sure, Subhash, why are you making it so complicated? Today, 21st June 2023, minus 7 years. This is the time period under which you can file a complaint. As simple as that. Don't overcomplicate it. He was the prime minister, maybe then his other avatar was the prime minister, maybe they came together, maybe there was a time machine, that could have also happened. As simple as that. Last 7 years, what have happened? File the case. If it is before 7 years, you cannot. Let's not complicate. The problem in the UPSC exam is students a lot of times overcomplicate stuff. So don't make your own job difficult, right? Montu is saying, can you please explain the 7-day statement? Yes, Montu. So basically the law is if you are forced to give a bribe, within 7 days complain to the authorities that I was forced to give a bribe, then you will not be punished. If you give a bribe but you don't tell the authorities, then you will be punished. So you get a 7-day time period. You can tell before that, you can tell after that as well. Priyanka, I would suggest you to join our Telegram channel. In the Telegram channel, you will get all the updates about how many people cleared the exam, their interview links as well. So I would suggest you to do that. Okay. Gurcharan is asking salary of the Lokpal. Gurcharan, let me ask you this question. You have the PPT link. I can guarantee you in this PPT, I have written the salary of the Lokpal. So go and find that out yourself. Arman is saying, how is PCA different from Lokpal? Arman, PCA is an act, Lokpal is a body. Is there a person called PCA? No, there's no Mr. PCA. There's a Mr. Lokpal. There's a difference between the two, right? The SME will give the link to the PPT. You can find PPT in your student portal also. So this is today's PPT only. I'm not sure why you don't have it. You can see in the student portal, you will see the PPT there itself. Shivam, Lokpal does not have the power to remove anyone from the job. Lokpal can only recommend to the government that this government official should be removed, they are guilty, etc. Then the government decides. Guys, if you are asking for Telegram link, you will have to work slightly harder. I'll tell you how you can get the Telegram link. So basically what you have to do is either you can write an email to IAS Live, they will give you the mail, they will give you the link of Telegram ID. If not, go on any of our YouTube videos, any YouTube video, CNA, Daily Quiz, whatever. Look at the description. In the description of the video, you will get a link of Telegram channel. So either you can get it from there or you can ask IAS Live on the email. In both these cases, you will get a Telegram ID. Depends entirely upon you. Yes, Labdi, you can read the Lokpal chapter from N. Lakshmikant book also. It is all the same. Satyam is saying, can the Lokpal prosecute Indian ambassador in a foreign country? Yes, see Satyam, as long as a person is working under the government of India, they will come under Lokpal. Doesn't matter where they are posted. On the moon, over here, somewhere else, doesn't matter. Okay, perfect. So I think I would end the class as in I would end my part in the class now. We still have the SME here answering your questions. So if you have your questions, please keep bringing. Okay, one more question I'll just take because it's an interesting question. Then I'll end it from my end. So Vivek has a question: why president is not included under Lokpal? Number one, as you know, president has complete immunity. So that ends your question there itself. Secondly, president never does something from his or her own mind. So if the president takes a wrong decision, it is the council of ministers that are to be blamed. Even in the courts in India, you cannot file a case against the president decision. That has to be filed against the ministers because of whom advice they took that decision. Okay, so you can keep asking a question. The SME is still here. I'll see you tomorrow. Come back, same time. Don't be late. Keep on revising. And if you miss some part, do see the recorded version. Bye bye. Good night. Jai Hind.